Welcome back to the castle here at CCBC Essex. Aaron Thomas in the broadcast booth, ready to bring you all the action as always. It's another doubleheader of baseball action here inside the castle. And it is on a day that certainly doesn't feel like a baseball day. A wet and rainy Tuesday afternoon currently, though the rain is scheduled to stop, sooner rather than later. Everybody out there on the diamond and around it, thankful for that. Casey Parsons is the starter for the Knights, and he watches one skied high into the left center gap, closer to center, as Lauren Guerrero-Guzman only has to take one or two steps over to make it easy first out of the game. 2 pitches, 1 out. You'll live with that math. Quinn Illing was the leadoff man for Hagerstown. It is Mummert and Tobin now, the second half of the 2-3. Around the diamond for the Knights on this rainy day is Manuel Augustini at short. Connor Bailey right next to him at third. On the other side of him at second is Andy Martinez Rivera. At first is Michael Amadio. Out in the outfield, you've already met Lauren Guerrero-Guzman. Neymar Caldera in left. In right, it's Diego Garcia. And catching today is Gabriel Vargas. Parsons trying to make it a quick start to this game number 1 of our doubleheader. As he's looking to get back into the shade. Looking ahead to cover with a 1-2-3 and an early 0 on the big board, as with this being game 1 of a doubleheader, we are only scheduled to play 7 innings today, so blink and you missed it. These games get to the later stages very, very quickly. A hot start, always crucial. That much more crucial when you're only playing 7. Parsons in danger of losing the number 2 hitter to the Hagerstown Hawks. And that one right into the left field gap, but closer to left field this time around, as Caldera makes the catch for out number 2. 2 hard hit balls into the outfield. Hagerstown getting a piece of it, but not enough to get themselves on. 2 fly ball outs. Knights 1 out away from getting the 1-2-3. And here's Tobin at the plate for Hagerstown. Parsons not getting the call behind the plate. Vargas helping him out just a little bit with the frame job. Not falling for it. Just outside. And that one blown by as Parsons reaches into the back pocket for a couple extra. Big 1-1 here with 2 outs in the top of the first. And that one grounded to third. Bailey has to quickly make the throw. And as it is a 1-2-3 for the Knights to start the first. Parsons headed for cover. His boys behind him headed to grab the batting gloves as it's their turn to swing the sticks for the first time when we come back. Diego Garcia, the leadoff man in this inning for the Knights, as he always is usually. Right behind him is Manuel Augustini, and the designated hitter for today in game number 1, Joey Rosa, in the third spot. Garcia put down a very nice bunt, but that was fielded beautifully by the Hagerstown defense, getting Garcia at first by half a step. Around the diamond for Hagerstown at second is Quinn Illing. At first is Thomas Antonio. At third is Brian Benedict. Short is Chase Casarcria. In the outfield is Nizy Marmot. In right field, center fielder Kyle Laurie. And left fielder Hunter Gillen. And catching for Hagerstown is Nick Miller. On the mound is Andrew Kearns. 1 pitch, 1 out. Here's a second. Maybe same result. And no, that one takes him. No, he is out. He kept his foot on the bag somehow there. Great extension at first. As Manuel Augustini hustling down the line. If Hagerstown got Garcia by half a step, they got Augustini by just a toenail. 3 pitches, 2 outs. He'll certainly live on that math, as both pitchers looking to start this game with a 1-2-3. Dueling zeros. Joey Rosa making sure he sees a few extra pitches. At least that's the idea. Off to a good start for the man at the plate, as Rosa sees one on the outside and then on the inside, both of them. Not through the strike zone. 2-0 start to the Knights' designated hitter. He sees his first strike as that one commands the inside portion of the zone, moves it to 2-1. Rosa gets a piece of that one. Second baseman is there with more than enough time, as it's going to be tough to find your way through the infield on hard-hit ground balls on a wet day like today. 1-2-3 on the other side, as both pitching staffs trade zeros to start the game. Nick Miller is the leadoff hitter for Hagerstown in inning number 2. 4-5-6 is due up in the top of the second for Hagerstown, as both pitchers not only trading zeros but trading 1-2-3s. Tremendous start for the pitching staffs on both sides. And that one sent into left. Caldera will have it on the hop, as that puts an end to that streak of outs on both sides. Nick Miller with the game's first hit, and it is for Hagerstown, and no surprise, Casey Parsons wants to get that ball out of rotation for a bit. Nick Miller really put a charge into that one. 2 of the 3 outs that Casey Parsons got in the first were fly ball outs, so Hagerstown was hitting the ball hard, but right at the outfield for Essex. This time around, finding the tall grass. Parsons now thinking about the strikeout or the 2-for-1 special. Thomas Antonio with the bat in his hand, standing in the left-handed batter's box. Lefty-righty matchup, as Thomas is the Hagerstown first baseman. He's looking for something he can elevate. Won't get it on that, as he certainly was thinking about sending that one into the parking lot. Big swing. Big strike for Casey Parsons. He was in a jam. Still is. You can see the end of the tunnel, though, now. 2-1. Moves to 2-2 as he gets the call this time around. Big pop on the mitt as Parsons commands the outside portion of the strike zone. About letter high on the outside black. 2-2 pitch here. Hit softly to first for 1, and it gets through Augustini at second, so they will just have 1 out. And the runner, Nick Miller, will advance from second to third. Tough play there for the Knights. Really heads up slide from Nick Miller, going in hard at second, realizing the Knights got to put the tag on. Bang, bang play, ball gets away. Heads up move continues for Nick Miller as he advances now 90 feet away from the game's first run. And you see the infield for the Knights making the adjustment. They are on the infield grass, ready for anything hit weakly at them. Potential play at the plate. Trying to gun down that runner. And Parsons reaching into the back pocket for something extra there. Beautiful pitch. Early jam for the Knights starter, as Gabriel Vargas blocks that one and keeps it in front of him. Count moves to 1-1 as Brian Benedict, Hagerstown third baseman, getting with a runner 90 feet away. And he tattoos that one. Bailey got a piece of it. Throw to the plate is not in time. He was under the tag. And the hot corner was sizzling. Connor Bailey made a heads-up play, but Nick Miller put on a masterclass running the bases there. Had the heads-up play at second, then advanced to third, and got under the tag just in the nick of time to grab run number 1 in this game. Brian Benedict, we'll see if he gets credit for the RBI. He should. Can't imagine why he wouldn't. See how they field that or score that officially, as there was no play at first. That one up the elevator chute. Lauren Guerrero Guzman has it, and now there are 2 outs in the inning. And so it's officially scored. Brian Benedict reached on a fielder's choice RBI to Mr. Benedict. And fly out just a moment ago from Chase Casaria 2 outs now in the inning, and the game's first run on the big board. It is for the Hagerstown Hawks. They're searching for some 2-out magic. Casey Parsons looking to keep the game right where it is. Looking to keep that runner tucked away in at first as long as he can. Battle continues with the man at the plate. Throw down to second is in time. Vargas shows off the cannon. Damage done, though, for Hagerstown, as it is now 1-0, and the Knights look for an early answer. An early hole for the Knights. An early run spotted to Andrew Kearns as he got out of the first inning with only 7 pitches thrown for this Hagerstown team. Battle between two very, very hot teams right now. 31 wins, on both sides coming into this one. Hagerstown 31-16 on the season. The Essex Knights 31-11 on the year. And Kearns gets another quick out as Connor Bailey goes down on the ground out. Neymar Caldera stepping into the batter's box. Lauren Guerrera Guzman in the on-deck circle right behind him. Caldera looks at strike number 1 there, and that moves to the count to 1-1. Caldera had a game last week where he had 4 RBIs. Went the distance as well, hitting a home run deep to right. Knights, busy week last week. A lot of games here at the Castle, and then finishing the week with a big region matchup with the Lakers and Garrett as Caldera takes his base. Big matchups continue as Hagerstown rolling into the Castle, looking to play spoiler on what has been a tremendous, closeout to the regular season. Lauren Guerrera Guzman looks at strike number 1, knee high from Kearns there. As Caldera, the first base runner of the day for the Knights. Potential tying run will stand there at first base a little longer as Kearns with a nice quick move to first. He read the scouting report, I'm sure. Knights love to be aggressive on the bases. Guerrera Guzman finds the gap, and that will touch the fence, and it'll score Caldera. We're tied at 1. An RBI double for the Knights center fielder. Knights quickly answering that first run in the top of the second with their first run in the bottom of the second. And still just one out in the inning and another man standing in scoring position. Excuse me, Neymar Caldera never stood in scoring position. He scored all the way from first, showing off the wheels. So it's another man on and the first runner in scoring position for the Knights. Guerrero Guzman dancing at second as Michael Amadio, the Knights' first baseman, standing in the left-handed batter's box. Kearns, steps off and watches Lauren head back to second. And Amadio, big cut there. Looking to give his team the lead on that swing. Instead, he will watch it move to 1-1. Who's going to grab the advantage here? Out with the ball not being put in play would be huge for this Hagerstown team, as that is what the man on the mound is thinking now. And he got it. I was one strike behind, excuse me. Amadio going down with the K. Hagerstown now one pitch away from getting out of the jam with just a little bit of hurt, and this game still tied. Gabriel Vargas, the Knights catcher, got a chance to show off the gun in the top of the second, looking to show off the swing here in the bottom. Looking for an early two-out magic situation. Lauren Guerrero Guzman, big lead at second. Secondary is even bigger. He is ready to move on contact. It's just got to be fair. That one, well foul. The rain has come to a stop here, but the damage has been done to the field, I'm sure. Wet day on the grass and the dirt. Knights players, coaches, and fans will tell you you can always expect a couple of odd bounces, not only through the infield but the outfield as well. That could be double the case here with the wet playing surface. And Vargas sends that one into the outfield for out number 3. Hagerstown center fielder Kyle Lohr there for the easy out. Damage done, and the run by Hagerstown answered. We're tied at 1 through 2. We got ourselves a ball game here. And we are back with the action on the field. Top of the third, about to start here in a moment. And with the change in weather, we have a new change in the game. Hagerstown grabbed the game's first run in the top of the second, and the Knights answered with their first run in the bottom half of the second. Two teams trading zeros in the first and trading runs in the second. We knew we were going to have a great matchup coming into this one as the Hawks swooping into the castle looking to play spoiler on what has been a tremendous season for the Knights. But it's been a tremendous season on the other side for Hagerstown as well. Something's got to give here. Out number one, a pop fly to the Knights shortstop, Kyle Laurie. Getting underneath of that one, excuse me. Hunter Gillen at the plate now for Hagerstown as he swings at the first pitch. Left fielder hitting from the number 9 spot, so it's the top of the lineup right behind him. Hagerstown dugout, letting him hear it, letting the man on the mound hear it as well, as both teams fired up coming into this one. It's always an extra giddy up in the step when you're coming to the close of the regular season. You know the postseason is right around the corner. It's that much more exciting when you're in the position that these two teams are in. 31 wins on the season, both sides. They know that they have put themselves in a position to be teams they're going to be heard from when it comes time to play in the postseason. Win or go home time is right around the corner. Where are you going to be when it starts? Hope you're joining us for all the action as you have all season long. And take your base, young man. Hunter Gillen refusing to swing at the junk. And the number 9 hitter tossing the baton down to the top of the lineup. When you can get production from the bottom half of the lineup, turn it over to the top half with somebody on, that is always a blessing. Feels like a good omen almost every time around. Let's see if that trend continues here as the top of the lineup is here now. Quinn Illing. Quinn 0 for 1. Hagerstown second baseman looking for something he can elevate, as Casey Parsons already has one out in the inning. He's looking for the inning-ending 2 for 1 special. And a beautiful pitch. Does not get the call. Got the pop on the mitt, and there was a lot of break on that as well. It started in the strike zone, but it didn't finish. Leadoff man for Hagerstown starts in a good spot, 1-0. And it gets a little sweeter for him as it's now 2-0. Parsons got to come back into the zone. Now he's in danger of losing a second straight Hagerstown batter. Excuse me, the count was 2-1 a moment ago. Now it's 3-1. Quinn still waiting on the next pitch, and Parsons getting a little closer. Parsons getting the sign, bringing it to the plate. Soft contact. Bailey cuts it off, goes to first for 1. And a productive out as he moves a runner into scoring position. Nazim Mummert, right fielder for Hagerstown, 0 for 1 currently. No better time than right now to find hit number 1 as Hagerstown is looking for their first hit with 2 outs. Could score a run. Both teams currently a combined 0 for 3 with 2 outs to start the game. Casey Parsons getting the strong start here as he starts off with the strike. Lefty-righty matchup, 2 outs, runner at second, tied at 1. Parsons trying to get the 0. Hagerstown, trying to make it 2 straight innings with at least 1 run coming across. Parsons missed on that one. Count moves to 1-1. Who's going to grab the advantage? And Parsons back to him. And he grabs it and flips it over to Amadio for out number 3. Greg Maddox impression there as Casey Parsons fields his position. Gets himself out of the jam with this game still tied at 1. Can the Knights make it back-to-back innings with at least 1 run coming across the score? A strike from Andrew Kearns to start things to Andy Martinez Rivera. Knight's second baseman, the leadoff hitter in this inning, and he is currently hitting from the number 9 spot. So it's the top of the lineup due up right after him. Andrew Kearns came into this inning having thrown only 22 pitches. He's made quick work, but has given up that 1 run. Kearns battling here as that one goes right back up the middle. I think he got a piece of it, slowed it down just a bit, and I think that gave Andy Martinez Rivera more than enough time to get to first. As if that got through and played to the second baseman, or if Kearns got it, I think they had that out at first, but that ball slowing down off the tip and then the wet grass gave the speedy runner enough time to get to first. Tough break there for Hagerstown, and you don't blame Kearns one bit, trying to get that ball out of play for a bit. The The ups and downs of the game, the ups and downs of being a pitcher. Short memory. Coaching staffs always talk about best pitchers have them. Kearns puts that tough one behind him and focuses back with the battle with the man at the plate. Battle is always with him. Diego Garcia is that man at the plate now as Kearns shows a nice move to first. Quick step off. I'm sure Andy Martinez Rivera will file that one away in his back pocket. And that one just gets away from the catcher. Andy grabs second easily and third just as easily. Nick Miller up on the pop, but unable to keep that ball in front of him as it goes behind him. And with that good jump initially, Andy able to easily take second and take a long look at third and realize he's got that easily too. So now with no outs, a runner 90 feet away. The infield on the grass, ready to gun him down at the plate if it comes to it. And this is a scenario, oh my, that's in off the hands. Garcia a little worse for wear, as you see. Will be at the corners when the action returns, no outs. I was about to say a moment ago with the infield on the grass, this could be a moment where that wet grass comes into favor for the defense. Now the defense will shift position just a bit with the runners now at the corners. Middle of the infield at double play depth now. Trade 2 outs for a run in a situation like this, but of course the man on the mound thinking about getting an out with the ball not being put in play. Has to deal with Manuel Augustini, the Knights' shortstop. 0 for 1. Manuel starts off 1-0 and moves it to 2-0 as Kearns misses low on the second pitch. And time called by Hagerstown. We'll take a quick break here as Hagerstown talk strategy. Much like the dugout was on the other side when Hagerstown was pressing to take the lead. Dugout up and alive as the Knights flirting with grabbing the lead here. Could potentially be their first lead of the day. They're at the corners with no outs. Manuel Augustini sitting pretty. Even prettier after that one as it's now 3-1 to the Knights shortstop. And Manuel sky high into right. Will show off the cannon. The throw is cut off. And the Knights have the lead. Mummert with the catch. Hit the cutoff man, but Knights score the run easily as Augustini gets the RBI. Sac fly and scores Andy Martinez Rivera. Knights showing off the small ball. That's been their game all season long. Get them on, get them over, get them in. Working that beautifully there. And now it's Joey Rosa's turn. Still only 1 out in the inning now. As the Knights have grabbed the lead, can they build on it? Now Kearns really wants that 2-for-1 special, as it could get him out of the inning with just a little bit of hurt. Dealing with Joey Rosa at the plate, currently 0-for-1, the Knights' designated hitter. Down on strikes now. Kearns making quick work, 0-2. There goes the runner as the hit and run was on. Kearns would love the double play, but of course every pitcher always happy with a strikeout as well. Here's the 0-2. And that one comes a little too far inside and goes for a ball, and Diego Garcia goes for a run over to second. Stolen base for the Knights. I think interference called at the plate. And Rosa goes down. Regardless, Connor Bailey now steps in. Oh, they called Rosa was not able to hold the bat on the shoulder. Goes down swinging. Wasn't interference. Came around on the swing. So Kearns gets the strikeout. That moves him that much closer to getting out of the jam, but the jam grows a little bit as now a runner is in scoring position for the Knights. Garcia dancing at second with a new man at the plate, Connor Bailey. Connor Bailey 0-for-1. Big spot as the Knights grab themselves the lead here in the bottom of the third, looking to build on it. As both teams currently still 0-for with 2 outs right now. Combined 0-for-4 between the two teams. Bailey waits on the 2-1. And it'll move to 3-1. Kearns, take a deep breath here. Big spot. Connor Bailey at the plate does the same. Big spot for him as well. Here's the pitch. And Bailey takes his base. Dugout fired up here for the Knights as the moment grows bigger. 2 outs. Runner at first and second. 2-1 game. Neymar Caldera. Walked. Came around to score on the double from Lauren Guerrero Guzman in the previous inning. Guerrero Guzman right behind him in the on-deck circle right now as the Knights flirting with a big inning. Caldera waits. And he'll wait a little longer as that one out of the zone. Caldera sitting pretty, 2-0. 2 runners on. But there are 2 outs. And that one misses inside and maybe a little low. And Kearns in a tough spot. You know the take sign's on though. As Kearns has to come into the zone. And Garcia taking a long look at the plate, but he'll have to stay at third as now the bases are loaded. Knights continuing to build on this moment. Still being kept at the gate, though, right now, as it is still just a one-run game, and there is still 2 outs in the inning. So, though the moment grows bigger, hope still just one pitch away for this Hagerstown team. Can Kearns find that one pitch, as the problem has been he's lost the touch a little bit out of the zone. Last 2 batters being walked, as now the bases are loaded. 2 outs. Guerrero Guzman at the plate. Lauren, an RBI double to his name already. Looking to break this game open with one swing of the bat. If you can't get excited about moments like this, what are you doing here? The man at the plate thinking to himself, this is the moment I dreamed about. Bases loaded. Chance to change the game. Chance to be a hero. Flip side to that coin is man on the mound dreams about moments like this too. Getting himself in and out of the jam. And now just one pitch away from doing just that. Everybody moving to the edge of their seats. The moment grows as big as it's going to get. Bases loaded, 2 outs, 2 strikes. And Guerrero Guzman goes down swinging. Kearns in and out of the jam with just a little bit of hurt. The Knights do grab the lead, but they strand 3 more on the bases. What a game here at the Castle. What a game underway here at the Castle, and it's just game number 1 of our doubleheader. The top of the 4th has arrived, the sandwich inning, as I like to call it, on these doubleheader days. Casey Parsons has thrown 37 pitches so far. And Justin Tobin is the leadoff man in this inning for Hagerstown. And he is hitting from the 3 spot. It's 3, 4, 5 due up for Hagerstown to start the 4th. And everybody continuing to be lively on the sidelines as the action firing on both sides. What a pitch from Casey Parsons there as he has the bottom fall out of that one, and it came through the strike zone. Knights grabbed themselves the lead in the bottom of the 3rd, but also had to deal with stranding the bases loaded. A what could have been moment for sure as this game continues to be tight. Knights have their first lead of the day, and they have the first out of the 4th as Parsons gets his first strikeout of the day. Tobin goes down looking, and Nick Miller steps into the batter's box. Mr. Miller 1 for 1 and came around to score as he is the catcher for Hagerstown, but he runs the bases like he plays the middle of the infield as he showed off the wheels in a big way, grabbing the game's first run. Casey Parsons now 42 pitches into his outing, 1 strikeout and 1 walk issued. And there is a pretty pitch to Nick Miller. Another Hagerstown batter down to his last strike. Parsons looking to make it 2 Ks in a row, and it won't happen on that pitch. Nick Miller refusing to swing at the junk as he's standing in the right-handed batter's box, and he watched that one fly through the left-handed batter's box. And now he watches the count move to even, 2-2. Down on strikes, but now back in this thing, 2-2, 1 out. Miller stays alive to see one more as that's on the wrong side of the line, down the third base side. Pretty pitch there from Casey Parsons. Nick Miller got a piece of it. Can he straighten the next one out, though? Parsons still looking for back-to-back Ks, and he won't find it there, as now we've got a full count. Uncle Charlie went to the wrong house there, as I think Parsons was trying to break that one through the zone, and the bottom never fell out. Here's a payoff pitch, and there is a free pass issued. Nick Miller battling all the way back there. What an AB from the Hagerstown catcher. Down on strikes, 0-2, battling all the way back to earn first base. Doesn't matter how you get on, as long as you get yourself on. Let the boys behind you do the work. What a game here between these two teams. We got beautiful baseball on display. Great pitching, good defense, patience at the plate, timely hitting. Didn't start out as a beautiful day for baseball here at the Castle, but these boys don't care one bit. They're going to give us some great games. And Vargas blocking that one, as that had pass ball written all over it, excuse me. Parsons bouncing that one to the plate. Vargas not only getting in front of it, but keeping him in front of him. Thomas Antonio at the plate, 0 for 1 currently. Looking for something he can elevate, as Parsons already has 1 out in the inning, so a 2 for 1 special would get him out of this jam. Or maybe I should say potential jam, as the runner still tucked away at first. And that one sent for a ride deep to right. Garcia wants it, but he's really close to the track, and that is up and out of the Castle. A 2-run bomb from Thomas Antonio, as Hagerstown is back in front. Knew Garcia was running out of real estate, but you thought he had a chance at it, and then you realized it was up, up, and away. What a game here at the Castle. Hagerstown and Essex trading punches here in this championship duel. The umpires talking it over. Not sure exactly what they're talking over. I think it may have been the gesture made by the Hagerstown player towards the Essex dugout. I want to make sure this thing doesn't get out of hand, so to speak, between the two teams. I think it's just some good old-fashioned competition. Everybody's excited. Knights were fired up in the bottom of the third. Now it's Hagerstown's turn to be fired up here in the top of the fourth. We'll go back to work. My dad used to say growing up, it's not hard, son, it's just work. And that's what's in front of these two teams, work. Got to work to see the finish line. Got to work to make sure you're the team in front at the end of the finish line. And now we're still waiting on this game to restart. As now the umpire is talking to the other sideline. Speculation is finally going to come to an end, and the action will resume with a new man in front. Hagerstown is up by 1. And finally, the action resumes. Casey Parsons dealing with Brian Benedict. 3-2 game, top of the fourth, 1 out. Hagerstown third baseman Brian Benedict 0 for 1 with an RBI. Hitting with no one on and down to his last strike. As Parsons earlier in this inning had ideas of getting back-to-back Ks. That feels like a ways away at this point. As the game has taken another turn, and this time it is in the direction of the visitors, the Hawks of Hagerstown Community College. Night starter Casey Parsons battling back. Caldera chasing that one down, but watching it go out of play. As the Knights left fielder will head back to his spot. And Parsons will watch the battle continue for at least one more pitch. Brian Benedict certainly got a piece of that one. Can he straighten it out this time around? And Parsons coming oh so close to sitting him down as that one just on the outside. Dugout continuing to be lively. You know the Knights will be fired up when it's their turn to swing the sticks, but when will that come as Parsons now in the middle of another fight? Brian Benedict has battled all the way back. We've got a payoff pitch upcoming. Full count. Parsons gets him swinging. What a pitch! Parsons gets it to come through the zone on the breaking ball. And the Hagerstown batter swings right over top of it. Beautiful pitch from Parsons as he's now 1 away from getting out of the fourth. With this game still being a 1-run game as these two teams are staying as close as they can get. Just trading the lead back and forth amongst each other. Parsons down 2-0 here. Comes back with a beautiful breaking ball to grab strike number 1 to chase Casaria. Hagerstown shortstop 0 for 1. And Chase sends this one towards the gap. That is going to touch in the Bermuda Triangle right there in between the Knights shortstop, left fielder, and center fielder. All out effort, from Caldera to get to it. Couldn't do it. And a good job by the Knights center fielder, Lauren Guerrera Guzman, backing him up, making sure Hagerstown couldn't advance into scoring position on that one. Chase Casaria, though, I do believe is the first man with an out, with a hit, with 2 outs. And indeed, the two teams now a combined 1 for 6 with 2 outs. And now Hagerstown 1 for 3. That'll keep you in the majors. Honestly, at this point, it'll go a lot further than keeping you in the majors. You get a pretty contract on that. Hagerstown looking for the game's first 2-out magic moment. Parsons looking to get himself out of the jam. And the jam grows a little deeper as Kyle Laurie at the plate is 1 pitch away from getting himself on with the walk, and there it is, a 4-pitch walk. Two runners on now for Hagerstown with 2 outs. Number 9 hitter Hunter Gillen, their left fielder, steps into the batter's box now. He walked in his last at-bat. Casey Parsons now up to 68 pitches on the day, as we're still in the 4th inning. No warm-up action yet in the bullpen. He's gotten himself in a very tough jam here. Gave up the single to Casari, and then a 4-pitch walk. The hole gets a little bit deeper, but the light at the end of the tunnel just 1 pitch away. There are still 2 outs in the inning. Can he give his boys a chance behind him to get that out? Parsons grabs strike 1 and strike 2 there, as he may grab the out himself. Hagerstown down to their last out and strike here in the 4th. It's been a productive 4th inning. Will it continue? It will not! Casey Parsons in and out of the jam, as Hagerstown strands 2 runners on, but damage done for the visitors as they grab 2 runs in the top of the 4th and get themselves back up 1. It is 3-2 here in this battle at the Castle. back and forth these two teams go. We've got a good old-fashioned rock fight on the teeter-totter. Michael Amadio is the leadoff man for the Knights in the bottom of the fourth. Their turn to swing the sticks in the sandwich inning. And they are in familiar territory as they are back down by one once again in this game. Two teams just continuing to trade the lead here today at the Castle. Michael Amadio, the leadoff man in this inning, but hitting from the 7th spot today in game number 1. So it's 7, 8, 9 due up for the Knights. Amadio takes a big cut at that one as Kearns pitching quickly. And Amadio goes down on strikes. Andrew Kearns coming into the bottom of the fourth, having thrown only 54 pitches. That is strikeout number 4 on the day for Mr. Kearns. He's issued 3 walks as well. Now he has to deal with the Knights catcher, Gabriel Vargas, who's 0 for 1 today. Knights dugout lively once again as Vargas into left, but for out number 2. As Hagerstown watches their left fielder Hunter Gillen make that on the catch in, or excuse me, on the step in. As Vargas got a piece of it, but not nearly enough to get himself on. Andy Martinez Rivera now 1 for 1. The Knights number 9 hitter, trying to grab the Knights' first hit with 2 outs. Hagerstown trying to grab another 0 for themselves defensively and potentially shift the mindset towards building on this lead that they have right now. 3-2, bottom of the fourth, 2 outs. And a nice pitch as Kearns grabs the inside portion of the strike zone, moves the count to 2-1. And misses on the outside as the count moves to 3-1 now. Kearns cannot get the call as that one very, very close, but a good eye from the Knights' number 9 hitter as he gets himself on and brings the top of the lineup up to do some work. Diego Garcia got himself on when he was hit by a pitch in his last at-bat. Outside of that, he's 0 for 1. A pretty pitch there as the bottom fell out of it, but could not clip the bottom half of the zone. A 1-0 start to the Knights' leadoff man. Comes right back. Grabs it 1-1. Who's going to grab the advantage here? Started outside, came back on the inside. And that one thrown down to second. It is in time! Both catchers grabbing one here today. As Hagerstown will hold on to the lead and Diego Garcia will swing again when we come back for the 5th. But it'll be Hagerstown swinging the sticks in between then with a chance to build on the lead. 3-2 for the visitors through 4 innings of play. Some warm-up action starting to take place in the bullpen on both sides. Most importantly, the Knights side, as Casey Parsons is still on the mound, the Knights starter. Dealing with the top of the lineup for Hagerstown, the third time up here for Quinn Illing, the leadoff man. He's 0 for 2 right now, but he's sitting pretty with a 2-0 count. Parsons coming very close on the outside portion of the zone. Can he come a little closer this time around? And that one will not find the hole. It finds the glove of Augustini. Strong throw across the diamond is just in time. And that wet grass slowing down that ball. Quinn showing off why he's hitting from the leadoff spot as he was hustling down the first baseline, but Augustini showing off the cannon. Out number 1 in the top of the 5th as we are into the final 3 innings of this game. This being game number 1 of a doubleheader. These two teams only scheduled to play 7. Remember what I said back in the first, blink and you missed it. These games tend to get into the later innings very quickly. So a hot start in the game, always crucial, and the hot start that Hagerstown got off to eventually led them into the lead that they have right now. 3-2, 1 out in the top of the 5th. Flip side of that coin, though, is the Knights right behind them, nipping at the heels, and also 1 pitch away from a potential 2-for-1 special to get out of this potential jam. Parsons just hit the last batter for Hagerstown. And he watches that one get sent sky high into right. Diego Garcia a couple steps back, 1 in, 2 outs. Two outs now in the inning as Hagerstown got the game's first and only hit with 2 outs in the last inning. They're searching for the second one now. As in total, the batting numbers, Hagerstown 1 for 4 with 2 outs, 1 for 8 with runners on, 0 for 3 with runners in scoring position, and 1 for 5 in the leadoff spot. Numbers not much better on the other side for the Knights, as this has been a pitching duel here today. The pitching numbers for the Knights so far, 78 total pitches thrown. A strike percentage just over 50%, 51 to be exact, 5 ground balls and 5 fly balls, and that one eats up Connor Bailey as the hot corner sizzling. And the inning continuing for Hagerstown. Two outs, Thomas Antonio, 1 for 2 with 2 RBIs. He was the one who went big fly and put Hagerstown up. So this is a revenge scenario for Casey Parsons. The official word on that last at-bat from Nick Miller is it's a single. And Augustini calling off everybody. He wants it, and he has it. In and out of the jam. 0 on the board. And still just a 1-run lead for Hagerstown. 3-2 as the Knights look to do work in the bottom of the 5th. It is a strike to start to Diego Garcia as he ended the bottom of the fourth in the batter's box, and he's starting the bottom of the fifth in the batter's box because the Knights got caught stealing to end things in the fourth. And all in all, Garcia has to wait a long time to go down on the ground out. As Garcia has a soft ball hit to the right side of the infield. Gave himself a chance to beat it out as the wet grass still playing a factor in this one, but a quick throw across the diamond for out number one, and Hagerstown looking to make quick work here. Manuel Augustini now at the plate as the Knights down the smallest of margins, just one. 3-2 in the bottom of the fifth, but dealing with a very hot pitcher. Andrew Kearns, only 68 pitches thrown so far here today. 2 runs given up, 4 strikeouts earned, and 4 free passes issued. But all he really cares about is he is lined up to potentially get the win here today, as that one will be a pop. Oh, no, it will not be a pop out. It'll be a ground out. Boys and girls at home, that's why everybody's running on the pitch. The hustle by Manuel Augustini gave himself a chance as the ball was in and out of the glove of the first baseman, but then everybody running defensively as well as the second baseman backing up the play, and he's there to grab the out at first. No matter where you are on the field, you've got somewhere to be when the ball is hit. Hagerstown showing that off defensively, and Manuel Augustini showing you at home why hustle will get you mighty far in life. That hustle almost got himself on, but as Frank Robinson once said, close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. We're playing neither of those here today, and the corner is hot as that one gets onto the other side of the bag. Rosa gets himself on with 2 outs. The Knights' designated hitter was 0 for 2 with a strikeout before then. He breaks out of the early slump here today with the Knights' first hit with 2 outs. Connor Bailey 0 for 1. He's looking to break out of his mini slump here as the Knights looking for some 2-out magic. Swinging away at the first pitch. Everybody thinks they have a chance at it, and the first baseman has it this time. Out number 3. Thomas Antonio making up for that missed spot earlier as the Knights strand one at first. And the game is still Hagerstown's 3-2 through 5 innings of play. So we've had warm-up action in the bullpen for the Knights over the last 2 innings or so, but it is still Casey Parsons' game right now, as the Knights starter is back on the mound, having thrown 81 pitches on the day. He's gotten through 5 innings, given up 2 earned runs, 3 strikeouts, and 3 walks issued. And most importantly for him, he has his team in a spot where the game is still very much in front of them. They're down, but far from out. 3-2 game as the 6th inning has started, and my goodness, what a pitch from Casey Parsons. He's going to clip that one for the highlight reel later today. Parsons has broken a few beautiful breaking balls through the strike zone. Brian Benedict, the leadoff hitter in this inning, he skies one deep to left, going, and just foul. My goodness. Brian Benedict, the third baseman for Hagerstown, leading off this inning and hitting from the 6th spot in the lineup, so it's 6-7-8. Problem is, I believe Benedict is down to his last strike. Indeed he is. It's 0-2 count, but came very close to going big fly there. Can he straighten it out if he sees another one through the zone? That's the question the Hagerstown faithful are asking themselves. 1-2 as Parsons misses out of the zone, and he misses out of the zone for a second straight time as Benedict has watched it go from 0-2 to now 2-2. Parsons coming back into the zone, but Benedict getting a piece of that one. The softest tink off the bat there as Benedict stays alive and earns the right to see one more. Vargas, a little worse for wear as that one fouls off his leg. Catchers wear a lot of gear, but there's like 3-4 spots, especially on the inside portion of your leg, where you don't have the gear, and it always seems like the ball finds you in that spot at least once a game. And it will move to a full count pitch as Parsons started off 0-2, actually threw 3 straight strikes to start this battle, and now he's followed that up with 3 straight balls. And take your base, young man. It's 4 straight balls. Brian Benedict getting the better of Casey Parsons that time around, as it is a leadoff walk for Hagerstown. Chase Casaria, the shortstop, 1 for 2, stepping into the batter's box. And right behind him is their center fielder, Hagerstown, Kyle Laurie. And the bunt shown by Hagerstown, it does not go fair, as Hagerstown trying to show off the small ball here. These two teams been a mirror image of one another almost all game long, so be fitting if Hagerstown gives Essex a little bit of their own medicine. And that one popped to the catcher, and no chance to throw back to first, as that one a nightmare of a bunt off the bat of Chase Casaria. The bunt went up the elevator shaft, and Gabriel Vargas was quick on the pop. Out number 1 now. Casey Parsons thinking about an inning-ending 2-for-1 special. So many times you think about momentum and you think about offense, but defense can certainly create momentum as well. And Parsons watches that one put a charge into left, but Caldera there after taking 1 or 2 steps back. And it was first pitch swinging from Kyle Laurie, and that was loud off the bat, but right to the left fielder for the Knights. Neymar Caldera gets the out. And now there are 2 outs in the inning. Hagerstown in danger of stranding a runner at first. Parsons coming into the zone again. Getting a first pitch swing to Hunter Gillen this time. Hunter Gillen 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Parsons come to the plate on the 0-1, and this one to Augustini. To first. He's safe. Oh, he's out! The ump said the ball beat the runner by a half a step. I thought Hunter Gillen had beaten the throw, but I'll go get my eyes checked after the game. The ump certainly closer than I was, and his call is final. Out number 3 in this inning. It is still a 1-run game. Hagerstown holding on to a 3-2 game, or a 3-2 lead, excuse me. Back to the action on the field. The Knights stepping into the batter's box, down 1 run, and also down to their final 6 outs on the big board. Still dealing with the Hagerstown starter, Andrew Kearns. 77 pitches through 5 innings, given up 2 runs, 4 strikeouts, and issued 4 walks. As he is dealing with Neymar Caldera, the leadoff man in this inning for the Knights. It is 5-6-7. Caldera knuckles one to the second baseman for out number 1. As Quinn Illing makes quick work of the speedy Caldera. In and out of his glove in about half a second. And here comes Lauren Guerrera Guzman, the only man really doing some damage here for this Knights offense. RBI double earlier in the game. It was that and a sacrifice fly from Augustini that brought in Andy Martinez Rivera. Those are the 2 runs in the game for this Knights team, as hits have been hard to come by. Guerrera Guzman getting the barrel on that. It was loud, but definitely foul. He'll try and straighten it out. Problem is, he's down to his last strike. Guerrero Guzman sends that one down the left field line, just out of play. Into the trees, as LA has earned the right to see one more. Sends one up the elevator shaft. Catcher wants it. He's chasing it, and he's watching it fall just in front of him. LA staying alive as he's fouling off a couple of tough pitches here. And he's going to take the scenic route back to the plate as he wants to think it over. And as we have this chance, we'll run down the hitting numbers for the Knights, and they have not been pretty here today. 1 for 5 with 2 outs, 1 for 6 with runners on, 0 for 3 with runners in scoring position. The leadoff man in this game is 1 for 6, and with runners on and less than 2 outs, they're 1 for 2. And Guerrero Guzman spits on that one. And my goodness, what an eye from the man at the plate. I know I certainly would have swung at that one. He swings at the next one and fouls off another tough pitch. And if those numbers for the Knights hitting-wise weren't bad enough, one more little sour lemon for you is they are currently 0 for 1 with the bases loaded. In that moment where Kearns got him to strand those 3 runners, that really changed the game for Hagerstown. As we watch Guerrero Guzman foul off another tough pitch. We got a battle at the plate to start things here in the 6th. Well, not officially actually to start things. I forgot Caldero went down on the ground out to second, so still 1 out in the inning. Can't take that away from Hagerstown. Can't take anything away from either one of these teams, as we have seen great baseball on display from the opening whistle, so to speak. I guess out here on the diamond, it wouldn't be opening whistle, it would be first pitch, but you get the message. And wow, what a battle here. Guerrero Guzman battling all the way back as we have a payoff pitch here. Full count. Kearns gets him looking. What a pitch at the knees. Oh my goodness, what a game here between Hagerstown and Essex. A fight till the very end. But the end closer than the Knights would like to admit, as they're down now to their last 4 outs. Still very much alive here in this game, down by just 1 run still. Michael Amadio at the plate, 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. No better time than right now to reverse that trend. 1-1 to the Knights' first baseman. 2-1 as that one just on the outside. Another great eye at the plate, as I know I certainly would have swung at that one. And I can't imagine I would have done much with it. And Amadio earning his base. Potential tying run is on now here for the Knights. They're still in search of some 2-out magic. Neither team has any RBIs with 2 outs. See if the Knights can grab a crucial first stat in that category. Tie this game up, as they will go to a pinch runner, it looks like. Marvin Rodriguez is pinch hitting for Gabriel Vargas, and Logan Eisenman is pinch running at first for Michael Amadio. And now everybody going to talk strategy with the coaching staff, as everyone realizes this is a crucial spot in the game. warm-up action taking place in the bullpen for Hagerstown. It stopped taking place in the bullpen area for Essex in between innings, but now we got somebody running over into that area down in right field. We'll see if Casey Parsons is still the man on the hill for the Knights when the action takes a turn. Essex hoping that that is a ways away as they are searching for a crucial 2-out hit. 2 outs in the game. Bottom of the 6th, 3-2 game, but the potential tying run standing at first. And here's Marvin Rodriguez pinch hitting for the Knights catcher Gabriel Vargas. He sees a strike to start things out of the hand of Andrew Kearns. And that one is off of the bicep of Marvin Rodriguez. Tying run, now in scoring position. Potential go-ahead run right behind him at first. Runners at first and second. Andy Martinez Rivera steps into the batter's box. Second baseman for the Knights, hitting from the 9 spot, but he's 1 for 1 on the day. Can he put his hero pants on and tie this game up with a single? And the second straight batter for the Knights starts in the 0-1 hole. And we have another pinch runner coming in. Now we wait for the action to resume. 2 outs, runner at first and second. Andy Martinez in towards the gap, but too high it looks like as the center fielder is there for the catch. Kyle Lowry there just in the nick of time to take one away from the Knights that could have tied this game. What could have been, what might still be, as the Knights have 3 more outs to work with to try and tie this game up. But they need to find one more 0. Can Casey Parsons give it to him? He's on the mound once again for the Knights when we come back. 3-2 through 6 innings. Coaching staff asking Casey Parsons to go the distance, and he is excited to do just that as he throws pitch number 1 here in the top of the 7th. He's dealing with the top of the lineup for this Hagerstown team now for the 4th time. Quinn Illing, Nazay Mumert, and Justin Tobin, the 1, 2, 3 to start things in the 7th. These 3 gentlemen No hits combined between the three of them. So we got three guys chomping at the bits, trying to grab their first hit of the day in game number one, and Casey Parsons trying to keep this game right where it is and give his team a chance to put on the hero pants in the bottom of the seventh. As that one sky high down the left field line, Caldero wants it. No, he's called off. No, he doesn't get it. He was there, but he couldn't get his glove on it. And Augustini was there as well, both of them frustrated that neither one of them could come down with it. A what could have been moment there for sure, as it looked like a first out in the inning, and then it touched the grass. And Quinn Illing realized he was going to see at least one more. His battle with Casey Parsons is going to continue for at least one more pitch. And Augustini goes down and takes that one away. My goodness. What a play from the Knights shortstop, Manuel Augustini. Going down to his belly to catch that line drive. Flashing the leather in the hole in between second and third, and now there is one out in the inning. Hagerstown trying to put some distance between the Knights and themselves. That is one thing neither one of these two teams has been able to do. The largest lead of the day has been won on both sides. These two teams as evenly matched as you can get. As we see Casey Parsons searching now for the strikeout. And he won't get it there, as Mummert stays alive to see one more. One and two to the Hagerstown right fielder. And he hits one through the first baseman's glove, as that will be a single to the Hagerstown right fielder. Could be ruled an error, as it looked like the Knights first baseman had a chance at that. It was Michael Amadio at first earlier, but now it's Jack Chase, as the Knights made a couple of changes in the bottom of the sixth. Jack Chase now at first, Orville DeJesus now behind the plate. One out in the inning. Justin Tobin 0 for 3 with a strikeout. The Hagerstown designated hitter looking for something he can elevate, as Parsons wants that double play ball to get out of the inning. Middle of the infield at double play depth, and Tobin got underneath of that one. Justin Tobin started in the 1-0, and now it moves to 1-1 on that one. You see Tobin well aware of what his job is at the plate. He needs to find something he can at least get into the outfield. And instead, he puts one into Augustini's glove. There's one. And a second. A 1-2. Double play for the Knights. So you're saying there's a chance. Oh my, there's more than just a chance. Knights down just one, but down to their last 3 outs. Do they have some magic in their back pocket? Stick around with us and find out, as game number 1 is almost over. Andrew Kearns looking to go the distance, just like his counterpart, Casey Parsons has. As Casey Parsons is through 7 innings, and it could be the final 7 innings he throws here today as his team is down 1 run. But that one, a charge, up, and to the wall. It's a double to lead things off. Diego Garcia inches away from going up and out of the castle to tie things. Instead, it is a leadoff double as the potential game-tying run standing in scoring position with no outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Diego Garcia, the leadoff man, not only in this inning, but in the game for this night's team. And that was the last pitch of the day for Andrew Kearns. He will not get a chance to go the distance. Final line for him, 104 pitches on the day. He went 6 innings, gave up 2 runs, 5 strikeouts, and 5 walks issued. Hats off to him as the pitching battle between him and Casey Parsons today in Game 1. My goodness, it was so much fun to watch. This has been a great baseball game from the word go, and we are going to find a winner here in game number 1. Then we're going to do it all over again. Just got to wait a little bit as we got a new man coming onto the mound for Hagerstown. We'll tell you all about him when we come back. Runner at second, no outs, bottom of the 7th. Brand new ball game potentially as the Knights flirting with tying this game 3-2. Blair Ray is on the mound now, looking to grab the save for Hagerstown, and Mr. Ray starts off on the right side as he is dealing with Manuel Augustini, the Knights shortstop. 0 for 2 right now, but does have an RBI already on the day as he drove in Andy Martinez Rivera on a sac fly earlier. Could grab RBI number 2 on a single as the speedy Diego Garcia standing at second, and Augustini got caught holding the sword there. What a beautiful pitch from Blair Ray, commanding the inside portion of the zone. Augustini down 1-2. And Blair Ray watches it go to 2-2 as he misses out of the zone. Both dugouts up and alive. Everyone fired up. Fans are on the edge of their seats. Augustini sends one down the line. Just foul. Down the right field line. Augustini down to his last strike here, so he is staying alive. Trying at worst for a productive out and move that runner over to third, and that is off Augustini's helmet. Oh no. A scary moment here at the Castle as we will take a break with the two teams. Not only does the moment get bigger here in the game, as now the Knights have the potential winning run on base at first. The moment in the game gets bigger as those moments like that when someone gets hit in the head, one of the scarier moments in all of sports. So we have players out there on the field having to collect themselves as the game does continue. Nerves may be a little rattled, but got to find it within yourself to cool those nerves and get the job done. The job in front of the Knights. Bring those runs in. Hagerstown, get these final 3 outs. Who's going to blink? We got to have a winner here in game number 1. We have been as close as you can get all game long. Hagerstown still holding on to the lead, but it's the smallest of leads. 3-2 as the action resumes. No outs. Runners at first and second. Joey Rosso 1 for 3 with a strikeout. The Knights' designated hitter at the plate, trying to put his hero pants on. Rosa sends one down the foul line in right. Joey Rosa sitting on the 1 and 2, down to his last strike. A strikeout for reliever Blair Ray would be huge. And he won't get it on that one, as that one is on the wrong side of the line for the Knights. Down the third base side, Joey Rosa came close to maybe tying this game up. He'll try and straighten it out this time around. Warm-up action taking place in both bullpens as everyone prepared for this game to maybe continue. Hagerstown wants to get the final 3 outs here, and the Knights want to at least grab one more, and if they can get it, they'll force extras. Rosa to the right side of the infield as he moves the runners over on the productive out. Tying run, 90 feet away. Game-winning run right behind him at second. 1 out now in the inning. Connor Bailey already with a walk-off hit this year at home here at the Castle. Can he grab another one? The first pitch to Bailey out of the zone as the Knights sophomore third baseman ready for the moment. 1 out. Down 1, 2 runners on. And now it's a 1-1 count. Outfield in just a little bit, ready to come to the plate on something that gets through. Middle of the infield, touching the grass. Bailey swinging from the heels, now down to his last strike. As he wants to send one into the outfield one way or another and tie this game. Sac fly does the job. And he won't do it on that one as he sends another one foul. Down the first base line. Connor Bailey still down to his last strike. Bailey waits on the 1 and 2, and he goes down. No, he does go down. Oh no, the catcher didn't catch it. Bailey got a piece of it. I thought it was foul tipped into the mitt. Instead, foul tipped right down. And Connor Bailey has earned the right to see one more. Bailey, another one. Fouled off. This one well over the catcher's head. As once again, Connor Bailey fouling off a tough pitch, earning the right to see one more. Potential game-winning run in scoring position. And the catcher, Nick Miller for Hagerstown, doing a good job of blocking that one. That had pass ball written all over it. Bailey battles back to even at 2. Coming through the zone, Bailey down the right field line. That should tie the game up. Throw to the plate is not going to the plate. It's going to third, and we are tied at 3. Connor Bailey, the sophomore, grabbing the RBI sac fly and tying things in the bottom of the 7th. Diego Garcia coming around to score after starting things in the 7th with a leadoff double. Yariel Hernandez came in as the pinch runner after Manuel Augustini was hit by a pitch. He's standing at second base right now. Neymar Caldera at the plate right now for the Knights. Swinging at the first pitch, sending one deep to right, but not deep enough as the right fielder is there, and this game will continue. We're going into extras, tied at 3. The next one could be the winning run. This is the first extra inning game of the year that I've been at the Castle for. I certainly haven't been at every single home game, so I could be wrong that they've had an extra inning game that I'm unaware of, but first one I'm here at the Castle for, and I'm as giddy as everybody else. This has been such a fun day of baseball, and it's just the beginning of the day as these two teams are going to do battle once again after a short break, but we are at least a little bit of a ways away from that break as Diego Garcia is on the mound now for the Knights, and he's starting things in a commanding spot, grabbing a quick strikeout. And around the diamond now for the Knights, we told you about Jack Chase, who's now at first. Yael Diaz now at shortstop as Manuel Augustini was hit by that pitch. And Yariel Hernandez moved over to right as Diego Garcia was in right, and now he's doing the pitching. So the Knights forfeiting their designated hitter for the rest of the day, but as long as Garcia's on the mound, they feel pretty good about that. And Garcia starting off in a tough spot as it's now 2-0. Nick Miller was the leadoff man in this inning for Hagerstown. He was hitting from the 4 spot, so it's 4, 5, 6 due up in this inning for Hagerstown. Thomas Antonio in the batter's box right now. He's 1 for 3 with 2 RBIs and a home run. So 1 for 3, good day any way you shake it, but 1 for 3 with a home run and 2 RBIs, you're having yourself a day. And Antonio will take his base as Garcia misses one too many times that time around. Potential game-winning run on base now for Hagerstown. No walk-off situation for them, of course, as they're the visitors. They got to give the Knights their chance, their home field advantage, so to speak. They can get themselves up. It would be a familiar spot for them as they've been the team in the lead more times than not here today. The Knights had a lead at one point in the game. And they watch Hagerstown send one up and out of the castle, deep to right. That 2-run home run off the bat of Thomas Antonio put Hagerstown up 3-2, and then they were 3 outs away from grabbing the Game 1 victory, and Diego Garcia said, nay, nay. Leadoff double in the bottom of the 7th, came around to score. We got some free baseball for you guys at home, everybody here at the castle, and our good friends at Chick-fil-A Nottingham Square, catering the action as they always do here at the castle. That's another reason why you got to come check out a game sometime this season. Still a few more chances for you to check out some action here at the castle. The regular season coming to a close here for baseball, and the postseason right around the corner for men's lacrosse. Spring semester, sports-wise, coming to a photo finish here at CCBC Essex. The summer should be a good summer. We got teams trying to start their summer vacation off with a little bit of gold in their back pocket as Yael Diaz calls everyone off from the shortstop spot. There are now 2 outs in the top of the 8th, and a runner still tucked away at first. Diego Garcia making some quick work out of the bullpen, so to speak. Though I don't even know if he had any warm-up action in the bullpen coming in from right field. Of course, threw some pitches at the top of the inning, but what he did in between then, that's between him and his teammates. I'm sure his coaching staff asked him if he was ready to go, and like every baseball player, he said, yeah, coach, put me in. And hit and run was on, and that goes down foul. So the man will have to take a long ride over back to first base. Says Thomas Antonio is at first, but that is not the case here as I read the live stats. The Hagerstown team went to a pinch runner at some point, and there's the throwback, Orville DeJesus. That was mighty close, but the ball got away from Jack Chase. Orville DeJesus has a cannon. The second catcher for this Knights team, really just as strong as their first, Gabriel Vargas. It's much more of a tandem than it is a 1-2. And there is the hit and run again. That one driven into the ground. Diaz, throw to first, is in time. And a 0 is on the board to start extras for the Knights. Essex will try and walk it off in the bottom of the 8th when we come back. Still searching for a winner in game number 1. grabbing a strike on the inside portion of the zone. Blair Ray out there on the mound once again for Hagerstown, trying to grab the inside portion of the zone once again, but missing too far inside as he's got an early battle with Lauren Guerrera Guzman. Lauren 1 for 3 with 2 strikeouts, but did hit an RBI double earlier in this game. Potential game-winning run at the plate right now for the Knights, as it is 6, 7, 8 starting things at the plate in the beginning of the extra innings on their side. They got the 0 in the top half of the 8th, trying to grab just 1 here in the bottom half and get the Game 1 victory. Whoever grabs the Game 1 victory is going to be grabbing their 32nd win of the year, as LA goes down on strikes for the 3rd time today. Jack Chase now swinging the bat for the first time today. 7-8 for the Knights is going to be 2 men getting their first hacks in. Jack Chase and Orville DeJesus in the on-deck circle both came in as substitutions. What better time than right now to grab your first hit of the day, be the hero of the day, as our pitching duel continues, but with 2 different men on the mound. Casey Parsons and Andrew Kearns took it as far as they could as the starters in this game, and now both teams going over the bullpen and loving what they're seeing right now, as Blair Ray now is 1 strike away from getting back-to-back Ks. And he got him looking this time around. Back-to-back strikeouts for Blair Ray, as Hagerstown now 1 out away from answering the Knights' 0 with 1 of their own. What a game here between these 2 teams. It has been a tremendous ball game from opening pitch. No one giving an inch. No one wants to go down with the loss here in game number 1. Somebody has to, though. Who is it going to be? Who's going to blink first? Orville DeJesus now in the batter's box, swinging for the fences. And not getting a piece of that ball is Blair Ray. Pitching with a lot of confidence right now. And Orville DeJesus gets a piece of that, earns the right to see 1 more. He just got a piece of that one. He was underneath of it. Softest tink off the bat. And Ray has him thinking as he was trying to get him fishing. Orville DeJesus says, "I'll wait a while to go fishing." Hagerstown still 1 strike away, and it won't come on that one. Both benches ready to come alive. Orville DeJesus ready to give him a chance, but Blair Ray thinking the same thing as the battle continues. Nobody wants to go down here. Somebody has to. The next pitch, and Orville DeJesus will take his base. As Blair Ray doesn't go down on that one, but he does give up a little ground, so to speak. Potential winning run on base now for the Knights, as we are getting close to 2:30 in the afternoon, which was originally our start time for game number 2. That's going to be pushed back a bit as we are into extras here at the Castle. Oh my, that's a, he got over the 3rd baseman's head. What a bunt. I heard somebody from the dugout say, "Oh my God," and "Oh my God" is right. what a moment right there from the number 9 hitter, Andy Martinez Rivera, realizing that the third baseman was charging in just a little bit. He just bunted it over his head. And now the potential winning run in scoring position. Problem is, the Knights have been in this spot once before and came away empty-handed. And they want to talk it over as the moment grows bigger here at the Castle. I'm giving Andy Martinez Rivera the benefit of the doubt that he meant to do that on purpose. Certainly looked like he did the way he pushed the bat forward. All we know for sure is this moment that's right in front of us. It is the biggest of the game so far today, and it will be the last moment that Blair Ray has, as a new pitcher will come into the game for Hagerstown, and we'll take a break with the two teams, and we will be back when the action resumes. And the action resumes now in the game. Reliever number 2 has checked in for Hagerstown. This gentleman is Nick Pierce. Hagerstown has their backs up against the wall here, but could be a quick outing for Pierce as he is in and out of the jam with the game still tied. Through 8 innings now, it is still tied at 3 as we have yet to find a winner in game number 1 of this doubleheader. Diego Garcia was at the plate just moments ago for the Knights. He'll be on the mound now when we come back, as he will continue his Shohei Ohtani impression as the Knights searching for another defensive 0. Kyle Laurie is the leadoff man in this inning for Hagerstown. And Kyle is 0 for 2 on the day, and he's hitting from the 8th spot. So it's 8, 9, and then the top of the lineup. And Diego Garcia fielding his position as he gets out number 1 after the soft grounder back to the pitcher. Weak contact or a strikeout, that's the goal for every pitcher when the battle starts. Diego Garcia got exactly that for out number 1 in the top of the 9th, as we weren't scheduled to go a full 9 innings. But we are doing exactly that, maybe a little bit more, as we are into the extras here in game number 1 of our doubleheader. We knew we were in for a great game coming into this one. Both teams with 31 wins on the year, and neither one of them willing to give an inch to each other, as we are tied at 3, and threes are hot on the board right now. Tied at 3, and the hot corner is sizzling. A 1-out double from the number 9 hitter for Hagerstown, Hunter Gillen. His first hit of the day comes at a huge spot for his team. He is the potential game-winning run, standing in scoring position. Hagerstown hitting numbers so far here today as a team: 2 for 8 with 2 outs, 2 for 16 with runners on, 0 for 4 with runners in scoring position. Leadoff man is 2 for 9 on the day. But here is a silver lining in all of that. They are currently 1 for 1 with runners on and less than 2 outs. So if they can continue that trend, it could be their day today, as they have a runner on and in scoring position with only 1 out. And the hot corner continues to stay hot. It's just over the glove of Connor Bailey, and Hagerstown is up 1. Back-to-back doubles down the third base line as Hagerstown back up 1. Familiar territory here in this game, as when we look at the lead changes between the two teams, Hagerstown has had the lead now 3 times. Knights only been up once, but of course all that matters is who is up in front when we get that final out. Hagerstown trying to put a little bit of distance between themselves and the Knights now. Still 2 outs to work with. First pitch swinging. Lauren Guerrera Guzman wants it from the center field spot, and he has it. And the runner can't advance there, as now there are 2 outs. But the damage has already been done. The game has taken another turn in the direction of the visitors. Man on the mound, Diego Garcia, looking to keep hope alive and keep this game right where it is. He needs to get 1 more out and hope that his boys can give him at least 1 run in the bottom of the 9th. What a pitch from Garcia, as he comes right back and grabs an early strike to Nazim Momert. Momert is 0 for 3 from the 2 spot in the lineup for Hagerstown. And oh my goodness, the hot corner sizzling here in the 9th. 2 RBIs down the third base line. All 3 hits in the inning in that direction. Largest lead of the game for either side now. 2 runs. Hagerstown sitting pretty. Knights still 1 out away, as hope dwindling, but the final flame yet to be extinguished, as the Knights will have 3 outs to work with, but now they've got to find 2 runs in the bottom of the 9th if they want to keep hope alive in game number 1. Garcia come back into the zone. First pitch swinging. Chase wants it down the first base line. Feels like he has it, and now realizes he is not Mr. Fantastic. He would have had the go-go gadget. He would have had to use the go-go gadget arm to get that one. Easy for me to say. Even easier for him to do. Still 2 outs in the inning. Garcia now has 1 strike to the man at the plate. Make it 2 as Garcia is looking for the K to end things. Justin Tobin, designated hitter for a Hagerstown, 0 for 4 on the day. And Garcia watches Tobin foul a tough one off as Hagerstown continues the top of the 9th for at least 1 more pitch. And Garcia trying to walk off as he felt that was strike 3. Could not get the call though, as that one broke through but did not break through the zone, says the ump. 1-2 now to Nick Miller. And that one bounces to the plate. Throw to second is in time for out number 3. And both catchers that the Knights have used today have caught somebody at second. Vargas got one earlier. Orville de Jesus gets one there. But the damage done for Hagerstown. They are taking a 2-run lead into the bottom of the 9th. And the Knights are down to their final 3 outs. But don't expect them to go quietly. Hardest pill to swallow in baseball is stranding runners on, and both teams have done it, but the Knights down 2 here in the bottom of the 9th. They've done it more than their counterparts. Current hitting numbers right now for the Knights as we start things in the bottom of the 9th. 2 for 9 with 2 outs, 2 for 11 with runners on, 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position. The leadoff man is 2 for 8 on the day, but they are 2 for 3 with runners on and less than 2 outs. And that one hit hard off the glove of the second baseman, and that will get the run started potentially for the Knights. At second for Hagerstown is Quinn Illing, and he got to that ball, but it rode up his arm just a little bit, and that was more than enough time for Yariel Hernandez to get down and get himself on. Officially scored as an error, though, so Hernandez won't get credit for a hit, but down 2 runs, doesn't matter how you get yourself on, as long as you do it and you come around to score. The Knights got their backs firmly pressed up against the wall here today, down to their final 3 outs, but not going down quietly. Of course, I should highlight that this is the final 3 outs of game number 1. These 2 teams going to do it all over again after a short break. Joey Rosa now at the plate right now for the Knights. He's 1 for 4 with a strikeout. Currently standing at the plate as the potential winning run, and that takes a bad hop for Hagerstown. And the potential tying run now on, standing at first. Now standing at the plate is the potential game-winning run. Connor Bailey already with a walk-off home run to his name this year at the Castle. Can he give the fans exactly what they want to see and do it once again? Bailey watches a beautiful pitch break through the strike zone. No outs, runners at first and second. Bailey swinging for the fences and now down to his last strike. As a strike 3 call, any way he can get it would be crucial here for the Hagerstown man on the mound. And Bailey puts it in play. Double play ball potentially for Hagerstown. 1, 2, and was he safe at first? Indeed he was. They're at the corners now as Bailey takes a productive out and moves a runner 90 feet away. Problem is, Hagerstown searching for another double play ball that could potentially end the game this time around. That one doesn't get the call from the man at the plate, Yael Diaz in the batter's box. He's looking for something he can elevate as the Knights need something into the outfield. Another one on the ground could be the last hit of the day. Middle of the infield, that double play depth for Hagerstown as Bailey tries to take that away, and indeed he does. Got a good break on that one, and now instead of at the corners, they're at second and third with 1 out. And that's the potential tying run standing on second. Diaz trying to put his hero pants on and score 2 on the single. What a game. It's been back and forth all day long. And why should it stop right here? Both dugouts up and on their feet as everyone excited for the close here. 1 run scores. Diaz is out at second. An RBI, fielder's choice for the Knights shortstop. A productive out once again as he scores 1 and moves the potential game-tying run 90 feet away. Here comes Lauren Guerrera Guzman. Has 3 strikeouts to his name, but also an RBI as well. So can he find one more and be the hero today? Comeback hopes for the Knights down to slim and none as they are down to their final out, but still alive. Knights center fielder starting off 2-0 as he watches 2 go on the outside portion of the zone. And now he watches 3. It's a 3-0 start to LA. And the take sign clearly on there as Lauren Guerrera Guzman would love one more right there. Please and thank you. 3-1 count, 2 outs, tying run at third. And that one to the second baseman, over to first for out number 3. And the Knights strand the game-tying run at third, and Hagerstown grabs the Game 1 victory. The Knights will look to go for the split when we come back as Hagerstown grabs their 32nd victory of the year. The Knights will try and grab their 32nd victory of the year in game number 2. We're going to take a quick short break, and we will be back with the 2 teams in about 30-40 minutes. Don't go anywhere, as that was exciting, and we're going to do it all over again, ladies and gentlemen. and a foul ball for pitch number 1. In game number 2, our action-packed day of baseball continues here at the Castle. Aaron Thomas in the broadcast booth. Excited to bring you the action once again. And that one sent in towards the gap. It'll touch, and it'll touch the fence as well. It's at least 2. Now he's going to third for 3. There'll be a throw, and it won't be in time as it hits the man behind the man. It's a leadoff triple for Quinn Illing. What a hot start for Hagerstown as Drew Rommel, the starter for the Knights in game number 2 in an early jam as the Knights went down in game number 1 to the Hagerstown Hawks in extra innings. Trying for the split here in game number 2 as Hagerstown grabbed their 32nd victory of the year in game number 1. Knights trying to grab their 32nd victory here in game number 2. An early jam, as I said moments ago, for Drew Rommel, the starter for the Knights. Behind him around the diamond. We'll tell you that in 1 second as we see another one sky high into the outfield. Hernandez there for the out. Throw to the plate is cut off, and it's a sac fly for run number 1. And game number 2 starts exactly like game number 1 did. Hagerstown grabbing the first run of the day. And around the diamond officially at second, Yael Diaz. At third, Connor Bailey. At first, Casey Parsons. And at short, it's Andy Martinez Rivera. In the outfield, Diego Garcia is in right. Yariel Hernandez in center, and Logan Eisenman at left. Andy Martinez Rivera there for the quick out at shortstop, as that one is grounded into his glove. Out number 2 in the inning. Of course, damage already done as that leadoff triple comes around to score. Nick Miller, catcher for the Hawks, now at the plate. As both teams had this game circled coming into this one, as we have arrived to the later stages of the regular season. We knew this was going to be a great matchup that had playoff implications, in Hagerstown getting the better of Essex in game number 1, but now the action underway here in game number 2. The Knights trying to quickly put that behind them. Get the best of a bad situation, grab the split. Shake hands at the end of it and know, hey, maybe we'll see you again later when it's win or go home time for the rubber match, so to speak. And pitch from Rommel, very pretty. And he's talking with the ump afterwards, asking, was that too far inside? And indeed it was, says Blue. Rommel gets him shaking at the knees there, but doesn't get the call from the man behind the plate. And a walk issued by the Knights starter with 2 outs. As Hagerstown looking for some early 2-out magic. Thomas Antonio went big fly in game number 1 from the left-handed batter's box. On a lefty-righty matchup with Casey Parsons. He's got another lefty-righty matchup here. And here's an awesome sight to see as the men's lacrosse team taking a seat at the sideline, on the sidelines, I always say it's a family affair here at CCBC Essex, and that's partly why, as we see Connor Bailey go to the ground and make a nice catch for out number 3. But damage done as Hagerstown grabs the early lead. And lacrosse will look to cheer the boys on as they come back to try and answer with a run of their own here in the first. The action in game number 2 off to a hot start. Devin Reed is the starter for Hagerstown in game number 2. And the lineup he is dealing with is Diego Garcia, Yael Diaz, Joey Rosa. And Garcia will get himself on as he swings at the first one. And it comes off the body of Quinn Ealing. Excuse me, as I was saying, Garcia, the leadoff man once again. Yael Diaz right behind him, taking his spot. In the third spot, designated hitter Joey Rosa. Third baseman Connor Bailey in the cleanup spot. 5, 6, 7 is Casey Parsons, Yariel Hernandez, and Logan Eisenman. And 8, 9 is Orville DeJesus and Andy Martinez Rivera. So officially ruled an error. Diego Garcia, the leadoff man, getting himself on to start game number 2 as Hagerstown is up 1 on the big board, but the Knights looking to answer quickly. No outs. Game tying run, standing on first. Back to work here. Lefty-righty matchup as the starter for Hagerstown, Devin Reed, in game number 2, pitching from the left side of the rubber. Yael Diaz hitting that one on the wrong side of the third base bag. This one to the right side as he finds the hole, but the shortstop there just in time. But no out at second as Garcia beats the throw by half a step. My goodness, hustle gets you mighty far in life, and it got an extra base there, so to speak, for Garcia, as he's just moving up 1, but he had to earn it. Bang, bang play. Everybody's safe. Should go down as a fielder's choice. Oh, I guess with Garcia reaching base safely, it can't go down as a fielder's choice, because there's no out. Instead, it is a single. And indeed, as I check the live stats on the CCBC Essex website, it is a single awarded to Yael Diaz. Diego Garcia advancing to second. The game-tying run now in scoring position for the Knights. Joey Rosa sends one foul. Knights stranded a lot of runners on base in game number 1. Trying to reverse that trend here in game number 2. As these two teams continue to be as close as you can get. Largest lead all day today is just 2 runs. Hagerstown had that going into the bottom of the 9th. Knights were able to answer with 1 and had the game-tying run 90 feet away, but Hagerstown able to get in and out of the jam and grab the game 1 victory, and now here action underway in game number 2. Knights in an early hole, 1-0, and that comes in on Joey Rosa and hits him. And now the bases are loaded. Second time today the Knights have had the bases loaded. Looking for a better result this time around, though. Connor Bailey at the plate. Looking to put a charge into 1. I think he is due for a moment here, and this moment could be right here in front of us. Bailey spits on that one as it bounces to the plate. Lefty-righty matchup for the Knights cleanup hitter. Bases loaded. No outs, down 1. Something into the outfield could tie the game. Something deep into the outfield could bring the fans up and out of their seats. And the moment has arrived early in the game for Connor Bailey. Wind blowing in from center field. So Bailey will have to really get a charge into it. And Bailey sends one through the hole. 1 run scores. Here comes the second. And the Knights will have him at the corners. No, here comes the pickle play. And Benny the Jet, he is not. 1 out. But the Knights will live with that math. 1 out, 2 runs. Brand new ball game early in this one as Hagerstown grab 1 run in the top of the first, and the Knights have already grabbed 2 here in the bottom. Casey Parsons was the starter in game number 1. He's playing first and swinging the sticks now here in game number 2. Connor Bailey advances to second on the wild pitch, and now he's in scoring position with 1 out. And unless the Knights make some kind of error on the bases, that takes away that double play ball that Devin Reed had in the back of his mind. And a big reason why the game stayed close all the way through to the end in game number 1 was the pitchers would get into jams like this, but get out of them with just a little bit of hurt. They'd give up 1, but avoid the big inning. Hagerstown trying to do that again, and the throw arriving about a half a second too late. A single for Parsons that never left the infield. And now officially they're at the corners with 1 out. And time called as the coaching staff comes to the mound to talk things over. Big spot in front of both teams. Hagerstown thinking about the 2-for-1 special that'll get them out of this jam. The Knights thinking about putting some distance between themselves and Hagerstown. The one thing that they were never able to do in game number 1. But today, we're playing 2. And game number 2 may be a different story. Strategy session has come to an end. Now it's time to execute. Who is going to execute? Knights show bunt. And the boys on the lacrosse team are fired up as somebody's dad made the catch in the stands. Nobody fighting over that ball like we saw the other day in the Indians. Or excuse me, no longer called the Indians, the Guardians and the Rays game. I don't know if you guys at home saw that. Guardians fan taking a ball away from a little kid. You won't see that happen here at the Castle, as we will see Casey Parsons take second. And the moment getting a little bigger here for the Knights. Taking away that 2-for-1 special to end the inning. Devin Reed focuses back with the battle with the man at the plate. And that one back up the middle. Does not get through, but it scores 1. And the Knights are at the corners once again as they have a 2-run lead now, 3-1. Gabriel Hernandez hitting one hard right back up the middle off the glove of the second baseman for Hagerstown. Everybody's safe. Everybody's moving up 1. Speaking of 1, that's all the outs that Hagerstown has right now, as the Knights still sitting pretty here. Something hit into the outfield would be another productive out. Logan Eisenman at the plate. left fielder for the Knights, hitting from the 7 spot. So Essex already very close to batting around here as the inning continues to get bigger. Eisenman swinging away. Throw down to second is in time. What a throw from Nick Miller. And just like that, there are 2 outs in the inning. Hagerstown catcher got 1 in game number 1, and now he has 1 in game number 2 as well. I think part of that was Yariel Hernandez keeping his hands up, and a big strikeout a pitch later. Blink and you missed it. Hagerstown out of the jam, but the damage already done. As the Knights enjoying a 2-run lead to start things. 3-1 as we head into the second. First pitch swinging, and it's popped up to the Knights second baseman. 1 out, 1 pitch. The Knights pitching staff and coaching staff, for that matter, they love that math. Brian Benedict popping up to the Knights second baseman. Yael Diaz. Drew Rommel has been spotted a 3 spot by his lineup. As we start things here in the top of the second, Hagerstown started the game grabbing 1 run, and they watched the Knights answer with 3 of their own. It is now 3-1 in a game that has taken a turn in the direction of your CCBC Essex Knights. Knights looking to grab the split with Hagerstown. So they didn't get the result they wanted in game number 1, but they have put that behind them very quickly. Come out firing here in game number 2. Rommel throwing frisbees right now. Beautiful pitch. Looking to sit him down here. And that one to Andy's glove at short. Quick throw. And a quick second out. Andy Martinez Rivera getting to that one and making the play. And that got on Andy very quickly. But Chase Casaria running quicker down the first base line. Meant the Knights shortstop had to make a strong throw across his body, and that was exactly what he did. Some early warm-up action in the bullpen on both sides, as even with game number 1 going the distance, so to speak, getting a full 9 innings. Two teams ready to go to the bullpen here early, as both teams' starters were able to eat up most of those 9 innings, so team should have plenty of options out of the pen. And that one over the glove of Casey Parsons down the line. That's going to be 2, maybe 3. And no, he takes a quick stop at second as Diego Garcia makes a strong throw from the corner out and right to get that ball back into the infield. But the inning continues here for Hagerstown. Two quick outs, but Hunter Gillian digs into the batter's box, searching for some 2-out magic. Hagerstown, of course, would love a tie game at the end of this one when they finally make their 3rd out here in the 2nd, but grabbing just 1 would be nice as well. Hunter Gillian could do exactly that if he's able to send one into the outfield and touch the grass. Speed at second. Ready to move on contact. And there's a half swing, but the ball had eyes for the bat. Drew Rommel kind of sneaks a strike by Hunter Gillian, so to speak. Count moves to 2-1. And that one, a little bit of a sword. It's 2-2, but it also gets away from the Knights catcher. And now a 2nd run in the game for Hagerstown, now 90 feet away. Kyle Laurie able to move himself from 2nd to 3rd on the ball that gets away. Rommel looking to strand him there on the next pitch, and it won't happen there, as now we got a payoff pitch. Full count. Two outs, runner at 3rd. Rommel gets the soft contact, but it goes foul. Hunter Gillian at the plate, and he is the number 9 hitter, so the top of the lineup in the on-deck circle right now. Here comes another payoff pitch. The 3-2. Got him looking. Gillian threw the bat down because he thought it was going to be ball 4, but the ump saw it another way. Hagerstown strands one at 3rd. 3-1 right now, as the Knights will be swinging the sticks once again when we come back. Ball to start Orville DeJesus, Knights starting catcher in game number 2. We saw him in game number 1, but in relief when he took over for Gabriel Vargas, who started the catching spot. DeJesus sends this one down the line and left, fair. And a leadoff single for the Knights catcher. As the Knights looking to make it back-to-back innings, bringing at least one around. Andy Martinez Rivera, the Knights shortstop, and number 9 hitter in the batter's box now. Top of the lineup, right around the corner. Can the Knights put together another big inning? Anything close to what they had in the first will have us thinking already, potentially, about what should not be named. If you are a Hagerstown faithful, that, of course, is the mercy rule, potentially. We're a ways away from that, but oh my, plays like that will certainly get the Knights rolling in the right direction. With this being game number 2 of a doubleheader, remember, fans, only scheduled to play 7 innings, so a 3 spot early in the game go a long way in putting you into a good spot to get the victory. Remember, it was Hagerstown who got off to the hot start in game number 1, and though the Knights were able to answer and eventually put themselves in front, that hot start rolled the momentum onto Hagerstown's side, and eventually they were able to ride that momentum to the game 1 victory. Are the Knights able to do that here in game number 2? Here as a productive out from Diego Garcia. He takes the sacrifice bunt. He takes the out at first, but moves 2 runners into scoring position, and the Knights flirting with another big inning. And that was just the first out in the inning, so the Knights could sacrifice another productive out here. And maybe that's what we're seeing here. Sky high into center, everyone ready to tag up. Where's the throw gonna go? It goes to third as 1 run scores. And it's now 4 unanswered runs for the Knights. Yael Diaz makes it 2 straight productive outs for the Knights. First it was the sacrifice bunt from Diego Garcia, and now the sac fly into right center for Yael Diaz. Joey Rosa walked in his first at-bat. Looking to make it 2 straight RBIs as he wants to hit this time around. And he won't get it. Nice play from the Hagerstown third baseman. Eating the hard hit ground ball, Brian Benedict. And then keeping a cool head and an even cooler hand to make the throw across the diamond. In and out of the jam, but damage done once again for the Knights as it's 4 straight runs for them. 4-1 through 2 innings. Rommel watches Connor Bailey get to that one and throw a strong strike across the diamond. Quinn Ealing goes down for out number 1 to start things in the third. Zay Mummert, right fielder for Hagerstown, at the plate. It's 1-2-3 to start the third inning. Excuse me, almost moved this up one. Haven't arrived in the fourth just yet. Though fours are hot on the board, as it's 4 straight runs for the Knights. Hagerstown grabbed the first run of the day to start things in the top of the first. Knights answered with 3 in the bottom of the first and then another in the bottom of the second. And Drew Rommel looking to make it another quick inning, as this one is a pop-up to the Knights shortstop. He catches it in the outfield grass, but maybe just a half a step into that grass. 2 quick outs for Mr. Rommel. Let's go through the pitching numbers for him so far. 35 total pitches. Strike percentage, that is very strong. 57% so far, and he's faced 11 batters. He's gotten 3 ground ball outs, 4 fly ball outs. And the leadoff man is 1 for 3 against him. Most importantly, with runners on, Rommel has got Hagerstown to go 0 for 2 to start here in this game. Rommel 1 strikeout and 1 walk issued. And that 1 run was earned, so he's added 1 on to his ERA, but what he cares most about is the W. Getting the split with Hagerstown. That was his job when he took the mound and the ball as the starter here in game number 2. And Rommel throws another frisbee. Eyes him in there and left. Out number 3. 1-2-3 and another 0 on the big board. Rommel has put that 1 run that he surrendered in the first behind him, as the Knights off to the hottest of starts here. 4 straight runs. Can they continue that trend when we come back for the bottom of the third? First pitch swinging, and it is a quick out. Hagerstown getting the bottom of the third started on the right foot from their perspective. 2 straight innings with a run, at least a run, being put up there on the big board as the Knights offense off to a hot start. Connor Bailey part of that, as he had a hit in his first at-bat and his second at-bat. You saw right there, first pitch swinging, going down to the second baseman. Different result for Parsons as he finds the hole. He's thinking two, going in there, sliding. No, he's in there standing. A one-out double for Casey Parsons, and what a day for Mr. Parsons. Went the distance on the mound in game one. Ended up with a no decision. Now here, swinging the stick in game number two. Getting a double. Casey Parsons now 2 for 2. Yariel Hernandez in the batter's box, and Logan Eisenman right behind him in the on-deck circle. As that one gets away from the catcher, but not far enough for Parsons to think about going. Hernandez looking to give Parsons a chance to move on something put in play, and he got that one onto his bat, but well out of play. No one even moved on that one. That was into the trees almost immediately. Parsons staying put there at second as Hernandez started to move the hands at the plate. Cooler heads prevailed as that one got a nice pop on the mitt, but a little too far inside. And Hernandez watches that one miss high. As it's been a weird day weather-wise. It was rainy to start in game one, then the sun was out for a while. Now it's a little chilly and windy here. Nothing like what we were dealing with at different times last week when the wind was really getting up there. It's still one of those days when the cold will make it difficult to really spin the ball, get a good grip on your breaking balls. As walks, always an issue everywhere for every team, and running out of real estate as the Essex bullpen trying to get out of the way. Hagerstown right fielder unable to walk the maze and make the out. As Yariel Hernandez will see at least one more, fouling off a tough pitch there. Casey Parsons at second, a ball, or excuse me, I should say an out with the ball not being put in play would be huge here for Hagerstown. Can they get it? And they will not get it there. Miller with a really nice frame job from behind the plate, but could not get the call. Ump doesn't fall for it. Battle continues. Good eye from Hernandez. And Hernandez puts that one into the glove of the third baseman. What a catch from Benedict. He climbed to the tippy top of the ladder to make that catch. And the hot corner sizzling there, but a cool hand. Now there's 2 outs in the inning. Logan Eisenman at the plate now. Casey Parsons still stuck there at second. And the Knights offense in danger of watching the first 0 be put on the board for Hagerstown defensively. And that could be exactly what the doctor ordered for the Hawks as they try and get back into this one. And their largest hole of the day, down 3 early runs, but it's still early. Logan Eisenman down to his last strike, 0-2 count at the plate with 2 outs and a runner at second. That one bounces away. Parsons going to third, and he is out. Logan Eisenman will continue his at-bat. When we come back, or when the Knights come back. In between then, it is Hagerstown's turn to swing the sticks once again as they get their first 0 defensively. And they get their first run on the board since the first inning. As they are down, but certainly not out. A lot of baseball left here in game number 2. Hagerstown grabbed a little taste of the momentum bug. Trying to chase it here. Take a step on the comeback trail as we have arrived in the sandwich inning. The top of the 4th is here. Drew Rommel, 38 pitches into his outing. 1 strikeout, 1 walk, 1 run. Most importantly, in the spot to get the W, as that one will find the gap. And it is a leadoff double, at least a double. And there he does, round into second safely. Nick Miller, catcher for Hagerstown, getting the action started in the top of the 4th with a double. And they do roll that momentum into the top of the 4th. It had been 2 straight runs with at least 1 run being put up on the big board for the Knights. That came to a stop in the 3rd. And Hagerstown forced the Knights to strand one at second. And now they start the action in the top of the 4th with a double. But 1 pitch later, they watch Logan Eisenman grab the first out of the 4th. Thomas Antonio, he got a lot of it, but just not enough to beat the Knights outfield. Logan Eisenman there after a couple steps towards the line. Nick Miller stays stuck at second base for now. And now there is 1 out. Drew Rommel would love a strikeout here. Soft contact or a strikeout is always the goal for every pitcher with every at-bat. Crucial here in this spot. Trying to keep that runner at second, and that won't help as that one will touch the fence. 1 run scores. And there will be no throw to second as it gets past the cutoff man. 2 doubles in the inning. This one, an RBI along with it. Brian Benedict. An RBI double. As it's now a 2-run game. Hagerstown takes their first step on the comeback trail. Chase Casaria digging in with 1 out. Swinging at the first pitch. Yael Diaz. No, it's cut off by Parsons at first. And Rommel is there just in the nick of time to step on first. and grabbed the speedy runner. Hagerstown shortstop almost beat that play out, but a nice move from the first baseman and pitcher there. Yael Diaz was there, but it's a much easier play for Parsons to get it and then quickly just toss it over to Rommel. And now Diaz will get to play this one. Damage done by Hagerstown as they take their first step on the comeback trail. The Knights will look to get that run right back as it is now 4-2. Hagerstown inching a little closer. Essex just watched Hagerstown grab their first run since the first inning, as it was 4-1 when we started the top of the fourth, and now as we start the bottom of the fourth, it is moved now to 4-2. Knights swinging at that one, sending it to the second baseman. Quinn Ealing making the play on the toss. Logan Eisenman finally gets his at-bat in as he was in the batter's box to close out the third inning. And he started us off here in the bottom of the fourth as well, because the Knights ran into an out at third for out number 3. So Logan Eisenman finally finishing his at-bat, and it wasn't the result he was looking for. Ground out to the second baseman brings Orville DeJesus now to the batter's box. Catcher in game number 2, Orville DeJesus, 1 for 1. And their shortstop, Andy Martinez Rivera, also 1 for 1, right behind him. DeJesus fouls that one off. Counts now 1-1. Orville waits on the 1-1, sees it, and it bounces right in front of him. Devin Reed watches the Knights catcher grab the advantage, 2-1. Devin Reed, 46 pitches into his outing so far. Not the result he was looking for when he took the ball in game number 2, but his team scoring enough runs to keep him in the game. And now he's got to keep them in the game as well, and that won't help. A free pass issued to Orville DeJesus, but my goodness, not for lack of trying. That was oh so close. What an eye from the Knights catcher, but if he should know the strike zone, he should know the strike zone better than anybody. Andy Martinez Rivera now 1 for 1, looking for hit number 2, looking for something he can elevate as Devin Reed wants to keep the ball low and give his boys behind him a chance to get that inning-ending double play. Middle of the infield at double play depth, and there's the throw. There will be no throw, actually. A delayed steal from Orville DeJesus. He is a catcher, but he runs really well for this Knights team. We've seen him do exactly that all season long, whether it was delayed steals like that or just going station to station efficiently. Orville DeJesus, he's got some wheels. One out in the inning, and now that double play ball disappears for a moment, unless the Knights do something foolish. This inning takes a nice little turn here in the direction of the Knights. Are they able to capitalize on it as they get a runner into scoring position? Had to settle for a 0 in the third, trying to come right back and get one here in the fourth as it's back-to-back walks. Andy Martinez Rivera and Orville DeJesus, both 4-1 walks. And Hagerstown wants to talk it over, and they will bring a new man into the game, as that is the last pitch of the day for Devin Reed. Best he can hope for now is the no decision, as his day ends. 53 pitches thrown. Got through 3 1/3. 3 earned runs, 1 strikeout, and more than a few walks. 4-2 with 1 out in the bottom of the fourth. The Knights pressing for a few more. Hagerstown took their first step on the comeback trail in the top of the fourth, but they are watching the Knights maybe grab that run right back and potentially a few more. As the Knights have 1 out here in the bottom of the fourth, and they are flirting, with a big inning. Top of the lineup has arrived here. Diego Garcia on the mound, and he is dealing with Nolan Rayleigh. First man out of the bullpen here today, and that gets away from Nick Miller, but not far enough for anybody to advance. You saw Orville DeJesus at second get a little antsy. He wanted to move, but then realized that wouldn't have been the smartest move. Diego Garcia is 0 for 2 right now here in game number 2, but his first hit could score 1. And DeJesus, a little closer than maybe he wanted to be. And getting back and also with the throw, as that one a little close to the noggin. Battle continues at the plate as the moment grows bigger here for the Knights. Garcia, foul, into the trees, down the third base line. Is everybody getting a little antsy right now, wondering who's going to grab the break here. Garcia stays alive as he fouls off another tough pitch. This one down the first base line into the trees as the moment grows bigger. Nolan Raleigh trying to grab his first out of the day, and it could be a crucial second out in the inning for Hagerstown. And Garcia finds the outfield grass, but everybody's just moving up one. DeJesus kind of slipped up there in between second and third, so he had no chance to advance. And even if he didn't slip up, I think third base coach would have held him up as Garcia got himself on, but he hit that right to the left fielder. Not sure if the Knights would have wanted to test the arm there. All we know for sure is the bases are loaded now for the Knights with one out. What a moment here for Essex. Silver lining there is Hagerstown one pitch away from getting that inning-ending double play, and you see the corners on the grass ready to grab that out at the plate if it comes to them in the middle of the infield at double play depth. Everybody ready for the moment. It's one of the beautiful things about baseball. Sometimes the moment just gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger as we go from batter to batter, from play to play, from pitch to pitch. This one to the shortstop, and he's out at first. Yael Diaz cannot beat it out, but he does get the RBI. Everyone but Diaz moves up one. Garcia at second, Andy Martinez Rivera at third, and Orville DeJesus scoring from third. They were loaded with one out. Now they're at second and third with two outs for Joey Rosa. Very, very close play at first. Diaz, none too pleased with the end result, but he did do the job. Got the RBI, got that run right back as the Knights are once again up 3. And now they're searching for some two-out magic. What a tale of two cities this game has been for this Knights team. Game number 1, the hitting numbers were about as atrocious as you can get. They were really struggling swinging the bats here so far in game number 2. A couple of numbers to run through for you. 6 for 11 with runners on, 4 for 9 with runners in scoring position. Leadoff man is 2 for 4 on the day. With runners on and less than 2 outs, the Knights are currently 4 for 4, and with the bases loaded, the Knights are 1 for 2. And now they are loaded here once again, as it is a walk to Joey Rosa. A 4-pitch walk brings Connor Bailey to the plate, who's 1 for 2 with 2 RBIs. Now some warm-up action in the bullpen for Hagerstown as they are trying to keep this game as close as possible for as long as possible. Connor Bailey, the Knights sophomore third baseman, has other ideas. Looking to bring the fans to their feet here at the Castle. Bases loaded, 2 outs, and a timeout taken on the field. We'll take one too, as Hagerstown wants to talk a little strategy. Action resumes on the field as Hagerstown has talked it over, and now it's about who can execute. Connor Bailey at the plate. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Knights up by 3. Bailey trying to put them up by a few more. Connor Bailey refusing to go fishing as he wants something through the strike zone. Is he sitting on the fastball? He's sitting on nothing as he's taking his base. And another run comes across here for the Knights. The bases are loaded now for Casey Parsons. And what a moment this could be for the Knights. Oh my, going at the track, not far enough though. Out number 3. Casey Parsons got a lot of it, but not enough of it to send it up and out of the castle. These fans certainly came about halfway out of their seats on that one, but Hagerstown sends them sitting back down, disappointed. The Knights do grab 2 more runs as game number 2 continues to be their game as they are in the driver's seat in a big way, looking to grab the split with Hagerstown. Drew Rommel, 46 pitches into his outing. He's gotten through 4 innings, given up 2 runs, 1 strikeout, and 1 walk. The only stat he cares most about, though, is the win. And he is set up to get the win here today if everything continues to go the way it has. We are into the later stages of game number 2 already, as only scheduled to play 7 innings, so the final 3 frames have arrived. Yael Diaz gets out number 1 of the top of the 5th. Hunter Gillen is the leadoff man for Hagerstown in this inning. He's hitting from the number 9 spot, so it's the top of the lineup here. Quinn Illing, 1 for 2, had a leadoff triple to start the game, came around to score. What a pitch from Rommel, my goodness. Breaking one over and through the zone to the Hagerstown leadoff man. And that one brushes him off the plate just a bit, as it will move to 1-1 now. Who's going to grab the advantage here? As Drew Rommel He's having himself a day on the mound. That one right back up the middle, and it gets through as the Hagerstown leadoff man is now 2 for 3. Quinn Ealing halfway to the cycle. Hagerstown down in this game, but certainly not out, but also running out of outs. In desperate need of base runners. Single back up the middle there for the leadoff hitter. A great sign for Hagerstown as they look to take another step on the comeback trail. They took one back in the fourth, but then they were pushed a little further back. They watched the Knights not only grab that run right back, but one more just for good safekeeping. As we were as close as two teams could be in game number one, back and forth. Good old-fashioned fist fight on the seesaw. Here in game number two, the Knights came out firing, and they have done what neither team was able to do in game number one, and that is put some distance between themselves and their opponent. Knights out to a commanding lead right now, and Rommel with a beautiful pitch, as he was in a tough spot a moment ago, but coming a little closer here is Nazai Mummert, I'm sure, had the take sign on. It'll be off now. And this time he puts one into the outfield. Hernandez is there for out number 2. And Hagerstown can't tag up, as they don't want to end up running into an unnecessary out on the bases. When you're down 4 runs like this and in need of base runners, you got to live in that sweet spot on the bases between being aggressive and being smart. As, yeah, you want to be aggressive, you want to push the issue and the envelope, so to speak, and get yourself in a scoring position, but you really cannot afford to run into unnecessary outs. As Orville DeJesus making everybody think about the pick-back play. Justin Tobin 0 for 2 at the plate right now for Hagerstown, and he will take his base as he wears one off the shoulder. 2 runners on now for Hagerstown as the inning continues and the moment gets bigger for their side. Hagerstown needs to execute here, as their fans are telling them, you got to grab at least one here in this spot. Don't leave it all to the final 2 innings. Down 4 runs, and if you can get one here, that'll go a long way in keeping hope alive. As the flame is still burning here for Hagerstown, but nightfall is right around the corner. The final out of the day here in game number 2 will be here before you know it. This doubleheader between these 2 great teams is going to come to a close. Is Hagerstown going to put themselves in a position to maybe get the sweep, or is this Knights team going to run away with game number 2 and get the split? Orville DeJesus cannot get to that one, gets away from him, and both runners advance into a better spot. Instead of it being first and second, now it's second and third. Of course, there are still 2 outs in the inning, so Rommel will focus back to the battle at the plate. What a pitch. Bottom absolutely fell out of that one. The battle continues. 3-1. Miller puts a charge into that one, into the gap. Yariel Hernandez, full dive, couldn't get to it. It touches the fence. Both runs score, and Miller is into second, but he's limping into second. This is a scary moment here as Miller is on his knees at second after the RBI double. We're going to take a break with the two teams as the training staff comes out onto the field. Game has taken another turn, this time in the direction of Hagerstown. It is 6-4. And what initially looked like a scary moment ends up being a big sigh of relief at the end as Hagerstown catcher Nick Miller stays into the game. And he got caught very close to leaning there, as that was a very close pickoff play. All in all, the final score after Nick Miller's at-bat is a double to right center that scores 2 and moves this game to a 6-4 game. And now things looking a little closer to what we saw in game number 1. These two teams about as close as you can get once again, as we have another showdown at the Castle taking place. Game number 1 went into extras. Hagerstown hoping for more of the same here in game number 2, as they're still down, and also down on outs, and also a man at the plate down some hardware as he takes off the elbow pad. He means business. I may date myself a little bit with this reference, but the way he took that elbow pad off kind of reminded me of Ash Ketchum moving the hat backwards. Oh, he's serious now. Drew Rommel in danger of missing him and giving up a free pass, which could be the potential game-tying run. And Rommel has him bouncing at the plate, but it bounces in and out of the mitt of Orville DeJesus. Thomas Antonio will wait on the payoff pitch. 2 outs, full count, runner at second. Rommel back up the middle. Andy Martinez. What a stretch from Parsons at first. Doing the splits, getting the out, but the damage done by Hagerstown as we've got a brand new ball game. It was a 4-run lead for the Knights when we started this inning, and now as we get to the bottom half, it is just a 2-run lead for the Knights. Can Hagerstown get a defensive 0, or can the Knights get those runs right back? Stick around with us and find out. Bottom of the 5th underway. And Liam Ahern is on the mound for Hagerstown. Yariel Hernandez is at the plate. Yariel hitting from the 6th spot, so it's 6, 7, 8. Yariel Hernandez, Logan Eisenman, and Orville DeJesus. 2 hits between these 3 gentlemen for the Knights. As the Knights just watched this game take a turn in the direction of the Hagerstown Hawks. Nick Miller, the catcher for Hagerstown, a 2 RBI double that cut the lead in half for the Knights. But it is still their game. They're still in the driver's seat as they look to get the split with Hagerstown. Both teams started this game with 31 wins apiece between the two of them. 31 wins for Hagerstown, 31 wins on the other side for Essex. In game number 1, Hagerstown grabbed their 32nd win of the year, and now Essex trying to do the same here in game number 2. As this game had big-time implications for the playoffs coming into this one, so it may seem silly just staying even, but at this point in the year, it could be crucial. As that is a good bunt put down, and he's out at first. Logan Eisenman getting the sack bunt as he moves his man into scoring position. He certainly was thinking about the bunt single as he got closer and closer to first, and none too pleased with the call, but all in all, he did the job. Little nice display of small ball. Yariel Hernandez got himself on. Eisenman gets him over, and now it's Orville DeJesus' job to bring him in. Knights trying to get at least one of those runs back that they surrendered in the top of the 5th. So Orville DeJesus waits, and he'll wait a little longer as that one was out of the zone. Go through the pitching numbers for Hagerstown as they've used a few pitchers here today already. 78 pitches thrown. Excuse me, let me try that again. 78 pitches thrown total as DeJesus skies that one deep to left, going, and it's off the wall. Hernandez will hold at third, and DeJesus is into second with a double. Inches away from going up and out of the castle. Deep to left, off the wall. The Knights catcher is having himself a day. He's got 2 hits now. And with 1 out in the inning, there are 2 runs potentially standing on base for the Knights. And they're in scoring position. Runners at 2nd and 3rd. Andy Martinez Rivera sends everyone flying in the bullpen as that one was off his bat quickly. So now the updated pitching numbers, 81 total pitches thrown, strike percentage 50 exactly. And oh my, here's going to be a play at the plate. There will be no play as he can't get to it in time. The Knights grab one of those runs right back. And the other one is now 90 feet away as Yariel Hernandez scores from 3rd and Orville DeJesus replaces him at 3rd. Andy Martinez Rivera still thinking about a productive AB at the plate. Anything he can put a charge into towards the outfield should score the speedy runner on the tag up if he's not able to get the hit. And oh my, I think he got the hit. No, it's into the glove of the right fielder. DeJesus tagging up. He's going back. What a strong throw from the right fielder, in and out of his glove in a hurry. As Andy Martinez Rivera flies out to right, or I should say more accurately, lines out to right. The Knights now searching for another hit. This one will have to come with 2 outs. Hitting numbers for the Knights. Let's run through them once again. With runners on, they are a perfect 500 on the day. 7 for 14 with runners in scoring position. 5 for 11. Leadoff man, a very solid 3 for 5. And with runners on and less than 2 outs, 4 for 4. What a difference from game number 1 as the Knights in a commanding spot once again. Diego Garcia at the plate. 1 for 3 currently. 2 outs. And a runner at second. But in need of a hit now, and Garcia down on strikes. 2-2 pitch. Garcia fouls one into the mitt of the catcher, Nick Miller, for strike 3 and out 3. But some damage done by the Knights as they gave up 2 in the top of the 5th, but get one of them right back. And it is a 3-run lead for your CCBC Essex Knights. 7-4 through 5 innings of play. Hagerstown down but not out, but they've only got 6 outs to work with. As the Knights sitting pretty, trying to get the 1-1 split on this doubleheader Tuesday. Knights asking another pitcher potentially to go the distance here as Drew Rommel is on the mound to start the 6th. And this really could be his day, as there's no warm-up action currently in the bullpen, and he's only thrown about 70-plus pitches. And he's got a quick first out in the top of the 6th, and with a 3-run lead, they could go to a closer, or they could ask Mr. Rommel to close it out and get the complete game win. All speculation, of course. Only way to find out what the final result is going to be in this one is to stick around with us until we hear the final whistle or see the final out. No whistle here in this game, though. We should have a whistle or home run siren for when the boys go deep fly, as we've seen a few home runs already here today, or close to home runs. And Rommel coming across the plate with a pretty pitch there. Chase Casaria at the plate for Hagerstown, 0 for 2 on the day. Very close to going down on strikes there as Rommel trying to grab the outside portion of the zone, just missing. Comes back on the 2-2 and moves it to a full count pitch. Hagerstown in need of base runners. Can Casaria give him one? Full count pitch back up the middle. Yael Diaz there at second, and it's out number 2 in the inning. Hagerstown down to their last 4 outs here, last one in this inning. Chase Casaria hitting from the 7th spot, so now it's the number 8 hitter, Kyle Laurie, 1 for 2 on the day. Hagerstown in need of some 2-out magic as Rommel can't get the call or the catch from his catcher. That one popped right in and out of the glove of Orville DeJesus. See how much that was moving on him. And outside, as Rommel has missed on the first 2 here. And Laurie is sitting in a really good spot, 3-0. Number 9 hitter right behind him as Hagerstown tries to turn the lineup over in the late stages of this game, down 3 runs. And the get me over pitch does indeed get over as Rommel finds the zone. Moves to 3-1 now. And this one into the glove of Parsons. Quick toss over to his pitcher. And it's a 1-2-3. And another 0 on the big board defensively for the Knights, taking that 3-run lead into the bottom of the 6th. As the Knights, inch closer and closer to getting the split with the Hagerstown Hawks. Could be the final time we see the Knights swing the sticks here today, as the bottom of the 6th has begun, and they are enjoying a 3-run lead right now, which means it will be closing time when we come back for the top of the 7th. Cole Freeman now on the bump for Hagerstown, trying to keep this game right where it is, as Essex grabbed 3 in the 1st, 1 in the 2nd, 2 more in the 4th, and then 1 for good housekeeping in the 5th. This one in towards the gap. The right fielder wants it, and oh my goodness! What a catch! And Yael Diaz tips his cap to him. That was an amazing catch out in right field from the Hagerstown right fielder, Mummert. We got to send that one to the boys in Bristol. We got one for the top 10 here at the JUCO level. My goodness, what a catch in the gap. Taking extra bases away from the Knights and keeping hope alive. Nazir Mummert 0 for 2 at the plate, but making a huge catch, flashing the leather in the gap right in front of the gravel. That is the warning track here at the Castle. My goodness, what a play. What a moment as the game continues and hope stays alive. Yael Diaz tips his cap to him out in right field, and I'm sure the man on the mound did the same thing as well. What a huge first out in this inning. Can't get the second out there on the bat of Joey Rosa as he takes his base once again. He's walked for the second time today. 2, 3, 4, the trio due up. We just saw Diaz go down on the spectacular catch. Rosa walks to first. Now it's Connor Bailey, who's 1 for 2. And Bailey ducks away from that one as that one comes in towards his ear hole. Connor Bailey looking for something he can elevate as Hagerstown thinking about the inning-ending double play. So many times you think about momentum, you think about offense, but defense can create momentum as well. So that great catch in the gap, double play, could really turn things around for Hagerstown. Of course, the Knights have other ideas, they have other plans. Connor Bailey looking to put a charge into one. They tested the right field gap, maybe test the left field gap this time around. Bailey certainly has the power. The wind has died down here. Can Bailey find the barrel? And he won't get a chance on that one as it's high and out of the zone. No chance. 2-2 is the count now. Bailey waits on the next pitch. There goes the movement. Hit and run was on. He hit it onto the other side. Throw is not in time. That was a really strong throw from the shortstop. And a nice heads-up play just to get to it as he was covering over towards the bag. Hit and run executed to perfection there for the Knights. Knights trying to build on their lead here as they go to the speedy runner that was sitting on the bench. Joey Rosa's day is over. Jacob Severino now pinch running as he is at second base with Connor Bailey at first. Casey Parsons looking to be the man of the day here for this Knights team as he had a great day pitching in game number 1, went the distance, got the no decision at the end of it all, but here hitting in game number 2 already with a hit to his name, looking for another one, but the spike of that bat tells you everything you need to know. Out number 2 in the inning as Parsons got a piece of it, but not nearly enough. Severino and Connor Bailey stuck at first and second as Yariel Hernandez Stepping into the batter's box now for Essex. Trying not to strand those runners at first and second. Trying to make sure this is no longer a save situation. Double steal. And Severino and Bailey are in safely. The throw to third was in time, but it was on the wrong side of the bag, so no tag. Severino was in there lickety split after the throw anyway. And Hernandez flexes a little bit on that one. Not sure if he got the call or not. It was mighty close. Seven, 4, 2 outs, bottom of the sixth. Hagerstown down to their final 3 outs. But it is still a save situation right now. But the Knights, they could certainly change that with one swing of the bat. As Yariel Hernandez down to his last strike, but staying alive. 1 and 2 at the plate. 2 runners in scoring position here for the Knights, and Hernandez will have him stay. Bounces to the plate, but does not get past Nick Miller. 2-2 now. 2 outs. 2 runners in scoring position. And Hernandez goes down looking. Cole Freeman forces the Knights to strand 2 runners on and keeps Hagerstown alive here in this one, as the Knights will look to get the save when we come back in the top of the 7th. Hagerstown down to their final 3 outs. We watched a game go into extras earlier today. Will we watch a second game go into extras? Hagerstown's hoping for it. The Knights looking to shut the door on this one and grab the split. These are the moments you dream about as a baseball player. The ball in your hand. The bat in your hand. The game right in front of you. Who's going to blink? The man on the mound could be the hero here for the Knights. The man at the plate could be the hero for Hagerstown. Sky high down the third base line. Bailey wants it, cannot get it, and does it stay fair? It does not. It's foul. And my goodness, what a moment. Looked like a sure out, and instead, Justin Tobin, the designated hitter for Hagerstown, will see at least one more. Sebastian Perez on the mound here for the Knights, trying to get the save. As we have a little bit of a meeting of the minds now. Umpire talking it over with the third base coach. As I was saying moments ago, these are the moments you dreamed about as a young baseball player. If you were a pitcher, you wanted the game on your hand, or in your hand, so to speak. And if you're a hitter, you want the bat in your hand with the game on the line. And the game is certainly on the line right now for these two teams. The Knights trying to get the split with Hagerstown as they went down in extras in game number one. Hagerstown trying to force extras here in game number two, and the meeting of the minds, I think, is finally going to come to a close here. But what's going to be the final result? Is somebody going to be very unhappy? We'll stop speculating and just sit here and wait. He's called out. Not sure if it was because the third base coach was in his way, or regardless, the action will resume at the plate, but now with one out in the inning, or excuse me, 2 outs in the inning. What a huge moment there as Hagerstown still has the potential tying run at the plate, but now with 2 outs. Kim sends it into the gap. That'll touch. It'll score 1, maybe 2. They're waving a second runner home, and Kim gets a pinch hit double. Hagerstown is 1 run away from tying this game. Szechuan Kim came in as a replacement. That was his first swing of the day, and what a first swing. 2 outs, a 2-run RBI double. It is a 1-run game now, 7-6, and Sebastian Perez has hit a batter, and now a potential go-ahead run is on base for Hagerstown. Brian Benedict wears one, takes his base, and tosses the baton down. Excuse me, that was Thomas Antonio who wore one, and he tossed the baton down to Brian Benedict. Brian Benedict 1 for 3 with an RBI here today already, and now we've got a meeting of the minds on the other side. The Knights coaching staff coming out to talk things over. Some warm-up action in the bullpen for them, so we'll see how long the leash is for Sebastian Perez. Still his game right now, but for how long? Still the Knights game right now, but for how long? They are up by just 1 run. The potential go-ahead run is on base right now at first base. The man in front of him at second, the potential tying run. And as exciting as that is for this Hagerstown Hawks team, they are also down to their final out. So Sebastian Perez is just one pitch away from getting out of the jam with the win. And the moment now underway. Benedict at the plate for Hagerstown. 2 outs. Runner at first and second. DeJesus blocks it. Throw to second is not in time. It gets away. This game's tied. Oh my goodness. What an absolute head scratcher of a moment. I know he's got the cannon, but now's not the time to show it off. And now the potential go-ahead run 90 feet away. The silver lining still remains for the Knights, though. They're one pitch away. There's still 2 outs in the inning, but my goodness, this game has taken another turn, this time in the direction of the Hagerstown Hawks. Wow, what a moment. We got another instant classic unfolding here at the Castle. Skied high. Diaz wants it at second. And he has it. And that brings a big sigh of relief for the Knights faithful. Damage done once again for Hagerstown. We got a brand new ball game, folks. We're tied going into the bottom of the 7th. Cole Freeman out there doing the pitching. 19 pitches into his outing so far. Another man out of the bullpen for this Hagerstown team as they have seen the other end of the comeback trail, at least for now, as they were down big through most of this game, but now we are tied at 7 with the action underway in the bottom of the 7th. Lauren Guerrera Guzman pinch hitting for the Knights right now. Had an RBI in game number 1. He could be the game-winning RBI if he's able to go big fly here, and he certainly has the power to do so. Most important, though, is he get himself on as the Knights are looking for the walk-off here in the bottom of the 7th, trying to avoid disaster. Still walk away with the win here in game number 2. And Guerrero Guzman brushed off the plate just a little bit as Freeman reaches back and finds a little something extra. Count moves to 1-1. LA waits on the 1-1. And he will grab the advantage as it moves to 2-1. Orville DeJesus and Andy Martinez Rivera due up right now for the Knights, but let's see if the coaching staff goes to some pinch hitters. LA puts it back up the middle. Going to be a tough play, and he's safe. An infield single for Lauren Guerrero Guzman as he found the hole up the middle of the infield, got to it, kept it in the infield, but could not get the speedy runner at first, and the game-winning run potentially standing on first right now for the Knights. And it will be Orville DeJesus trying to make up for a mistake defensively in the top half of the inning by putting the hero pants on in the bottom half. DeJesus swinging at the first pitch, sky high into center. Laurie is there, out number 1 in the bottom of the 7th. And Orville DeJesus makes his first out of game number 2. Andy Martinez Rivera now trying to get that runner over into scoring position. That ball hit into the outfield, but because it was right to the center fielder, LA never even thought about running. He thinks about running there, gets a good jump, gets away from the second baseman. Now he's moving to third. Throw to third is not in time. Oh my goodness, what a moment here. Lauren Guerrero Guzman. When he came in as the pinch hitter, I told you about the RBI that he had in game number 1. What I failed to mention there was the 3 strikeouts he had as well, but my goodness, he could be the hero here in game number 2. He stole second and then the heads-up move to move himself over to third as he realized the ball got into the outfield. And with only 1 out in the inning, something put into the outfield could be the game-winning play. The moment somehow gets bigger. What a game between these two teams. What a day between these two teams. Great game in game number 1, followed up with an even better game in game number 2. And here's Andy Martinez Rivera at the plate. Game-winning run, 90 feet away. Here he comes. Throw to the plate is in time! Got him! Wow! What a moment! Hard hit ball up the middle. LA had a great run, but an even better throw gets the runner at the plate, and now the Knights are down to their final out. My goodness, what a game. Knights not going down quietly, though. There goes the runner at second. Throw is not in time as Andy Martinez Rivera is in safely. Potential game-winning run in scoring position once again. They had a runner 90 feet away, had to swallow the toughest of pills. Trying to bounce back, Garcia. Trying to be the hero, and he'll step off and watch him go back. My goodness, the moment just continues to get bigger here in this game. Are we headed for extras once again? Garcia spits on that one as he wants to see something in the zone. Will he see something in the zone? That's the question. Everybody on the edge of their seat waiting for a moment to come up and out of it. And Garcia Watches a beautiful pitch come through the zone. I don't know if he was waiting on something else or he just felt he couldn't get to it. Regardless, he'd like another one in that same spot, I'm sure. The runner goes to third, and he's in safely. Once again, the Knights. Game-winning run 90 feet away. 2 stolen bases now for Andy Martinez-Rivera. Can he bring himself in? That's the question. Garcia hits it to the third baseman. Throw to first is in time. What a stretch. What a game. We're going to extras for a second straight game. My goodness. What a day here at the Castle. Of Hagerstown over the last couple of innings. That's Perez on the mound once again. First baseman off of the bag. Andy Martinez Rivera throw, but does not get the out. comes back with two very pretty pitches to Hunter Gillen. Searching for the strikeout. Not getting it there as Gillen will take his base. Perez lost him. Watching Gillen take his base. Watching Hagerstown line up over once again. When Illing for 4. Taking in the batter's box. Biggest spot of the day. Leadoff man for Hagerstown for 4. 1 out. Runners on. First frame, the extra frame. 8th inning clear. Next run, 8th inning. And Illing starts off 2-0 as Perez struggling to find the zone. A lot of balls to throw. Back to Perez. Second one out. Now it's 3 straight balls. Back to Perez. Next draw, coaching staff. I'm up and off the seat. Back. Cannot find the get me over pitch. It is 2 straight walks issued, and he calls to the bullpen. Beat somebody else's game now for the Knights. What a spot. They take over. Base load, tie game in extra. 1 out. What a game here at the Castle. Hagerstown. Essex. Another instant classic way. Somebody else on the mound, but the problem still remains here for the Knights as Kyle Renneman misses out of the zone to Nazai Mummert. Bases loaded, and Mummert wears one off the shoulder. Hagerstown now up 1. It is now 8-7. And the problem still remains here for the Knights. Unable to find the strike zone. Bases loaded. 1 out in the inning. Silver lining for them is they will get a chance to swing the sticks one more time. And they are just 1 pitch away from getting an inning-ending double play. Can they find that 1 pitch? And can they get that one run right back? Big swing and a miss as Kyle Renneman digs back after missing on the first 2 pitches. Justin Tobin at the plate, 0 for 3. Hagerstown with their first lead of the day here in game number 2. The Knights had led, or excuse me, that is incorrect. I forgot. It's their first lead since the first inning. Hagerstown grabbed the first run of the day, and then the Knights quickly answered with 3 in the bottom of the first. So it is Hagerstown's second run or lead overall, and this one up towards the gap, and it'll touch the fence. 1 run scores, another to the plate. A bases clearing double as Hagerstown has now put some distance between themselves and the Knights. Justin Tobin, a big offer before that moment. But of course, he won't remember that. He'll be remembering what we just saw. Tobin put a charge into one, deep into left center. 3 runs later, we have got a brand new ball game. Hagerstown has now scored 7 unanswered runs. My goodness, what a tale of 2 cities this game has been. I had been saying that a few times already in game number 2 about comparing game number 1 to game number 2, but now this game feels like 2 separate games unto itself. 3 games in the day total. My goodness, what a turn here at the Castle as Hagerstown up by 4 runs now. Still just 1 out in the inning, and here comes the hero before the hero. Kim was the one who scored 2 on an RBI double back in the bottom of the 7th to really keep hope alive. And that was, of course, before Tobin's double that cleared the bases and left no doubt. Well, maybe I shouldn't say that just yet. The Knights still have 3 outs to work with, but backs firmly pressed up against the wall right now. They are in need of some outs and some hope. And this one into the gap once again, but Hernandez is there, tagging up. No, there will be no tag as he shows off the cannon. Hernandez gets the second out. Hernandez grabs the second out, and hope stays alive here, at least for the moment. Knights just need 1 more out, and they need to find a hot inning of their own. Down 4 runs, but not down and out of the game just yet. They haven't scored 4 runs in an inning yet today, but they did score 4 runs through the first 2 innings as DeJesus, oh my, he didn't get him. I thought they ran into each other, and Martinez Rivera got the tag there, but no, the runner got back to second in time. What a bang-bang play. Orville DeJesus, oh so close. And you see the frustration there from Andy Martinez Rivera. I think he thought what I thought. Umpire didn't see it that way, and that's all that really matters. So the inning continues. And what a pitch there from Renneman. As he dug deep into the back pocket for a couple extra degrees on that one. Thomas Antonio awaits on the 1-1. Antonio 0 for 3, but he had 2 RBIs in game number 1. Another pretty pitch, but couldn't get the call this time around. Excuse me, that was not the 1-1. That was the 1-2 as Antonio was down to his last strike, and now it moves to even at 2-2. And Antonio sends this one into the outfield. The left fielder has it on the charge, but he's called off by the the shortstop, Andy Martinez Rivera. 3 outs now in the inning, but damage done in a major way as Hagerstown takes the field in the bottom of the 8th. A chance to get the clean sweep. Two, three, four due up for the Knights as their backs are up against the wall, but they still have hope as they have 3 outs to work with and 4 runs to make up, as it is 11-7 right now on the big board as we start things in the bottom of the 8th. Yael Diaz 1 for 3 with 2 RBIs. He's the leadoff man in the inning. Right behind him is Jacob Severino, and behind him is Connor Bailey. Severino 0 for as he came in as a pinch runner, and Connor Bailey 2 for 3. And waiting in the wings is Casey Parsons and Yariel Hernandez. The 5-6 combo. They are 2 for 4 both between the two of them. I should say 2 for 4 each between the two of them. So this is a productive part of the lineup due up for the Knights if they can find some base runners. And Diaz will be the first base runner as he finds the gap. And he gets himself on. Oh, he's taking 2. The throw, not in time. He's in standing. A leadoff double for Yael Diaz. The dugout loving it. The lacrosse players loving it as well. Everybody fired up here at the Castle. So you're saying there's a chance. Oh, there certainly is a chance. It may be slim and none right now, but slim, I don't see the doors packed or the bags packed and the door open. Hagerstown leaving that door cracked open just a little bit, in need of 3 crucial outs. Now dealing with a base runner in scoring position already as Jacob Severino is at the plate. Knights unable to win it with 1 swing of the bat, so just be smart at the plate. Don't try and do too much. And there goes Diaz running, and he's in safely at third. Kim behind the plate now for Hagerstown. Didn't even think about making the throw. Battle is with the man at the plate, Jacob Severino. No outs in the bottom of the 8th. A potential first run in the bottom of the 8th, 90 feet away. Could be the first step on the comeback trail for the Knights. as Severino watches a called strike at the plate. Severino came in as a pinch runner, getting his first hacks in here. Severino tinking one to the shortstop. He'll get the RBI, but he'll get the out as well. Trading 1 out for 1 run. That right now currently is a formula that Hagerstown is willing to live with. Does become a save situation now as it is a 3-run game now. Connor Bailey at the plate, 2 for 3 with 3 RBIs. And Bailey puts one up the middle into the shortstop's mitt. Throw is in time. Good, strong stretch at first. Knights 1 out away from being handed a second straight loss here. And a nice move from the Hagerstown shortstop, getting to that ball and making a strong throw across his body. Chase Casaria getting out number 2 for Hagerstown. Cole Freeman on the mound, trying to get this third and final out for Hagerstown. Casey Parsons in the batter's box, 2 for 4 on the day. The Knights' first baseman, trying to keep hope alive. And Parsons loading the gun. Did he go around? He did not, says the umpire down the first baseline as they go to the appeal. Parsons will grab the advantage, 2-1. Parsons has got to get himself on any way he can. And that'll help as he's 1 pitch away from getting himself on with the walk. It's 3-1 now. Yariel Hernandez right behind him in the on-deck circle. He's 2 for 4. Here's the 3-1. Parsons sends it foul. We've got a payoff pitch. Hagerstown 1 pitch away from getting the sweep. Parsons has other ideas. Who's going to blink? The 3-2. Parsons sends it deep to left. Looks like it's going foul, and indeed it is. Parsons staying alive for 1 more. Hagerstown comes to the plate with another 3-2. Got him looking! What a way to end things for Hagerstown as they pull off the comeback and get the sweep of the Knights here at the Castle. And I know the Knights, as they walk off the field here today, are telling themselves it's not the end. It's just the beginning, as they are hoping to match up with this Hagerstown team once again when it comes towards the playoffs. But that's then. This is now the final score. Hagerstown getting the win, 11-8 in game number 2. 2 wins for Hagerstown on this doubleheader Tuesday. Both of them coming in extras. And I got to say, as the broadcaster here, one of the most fun days I've ever had here at the Castle. This was some of the best baseball I've ever seen from the word go from both teams. We had a beautiful back and forth game in game number 1, then a beautiful back and forth contest in game number 2 as Hagerstown able to pull off the come from behind victory. And that's all she wrote here on this Tuesday afternoon. Please join us again here at the Castle on Thursday. And until then, Aaron Thomas saying good afternoon.